Bears Country. Where is it?
You know, BCB.
Guys, down with BCP tonight. How you guys doing tonight?
What's happening?
Great. How are you, bud?
All right.
We've got
fantastic, brother.
we have got some of the usual suspects back, and we have some new guests tonight, Miss Shay and Mr. Glob Dabalina.
Mr. Bob Dabalina, Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina, Mr. Dabalina.
You guys know these people from Twitter. Come on. Everyone knows these guys from Twitter, these ladies and gentlemen from Twitter.
Yes.
It is so great to have you guys on as new guests tonight. Let's go. Foster,
Great to be here.
PJ, Glob, Shay, Matt. How are you? Thanks for coming on the show tonight, man. It's great to have you guys on the show.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Been willing to come a long time. Thanks for the invite. Shout out to you, Foster. You know, I follow Foster on Twitter. Bob, that's my guy. Follow Bob on Twitter. Bob did my introduction for my new YouTube channel, Queen of the North. So check that out. That'll be coming this season. Thanks to Swift Sports for giving me that to want to go and do that. I've been following Swift Sports since they started last year. Bears Country. I've been following y'all since Foster introduced me to you guys. So shout out to you guys. Let's get it.
Thank you. Man, I can't wait to see what you do when you get your YouTube channel going up.
That'll
be awesome.
I'm
Yo,
very
she's gonna kill it.
Very opinionated.
Absolutely. That's going to be awesome.
You've already got volunteer guests, too. There's a bunch of them right here on this show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure I invite y'all on first, for sure.
Thank you.
Represent Queen.
Nice.
There you go.
I would take that north.
Take the north.
Cross
So
it.
Never give it back.
never give it
You
back.
said it.
Never.
You know, this Foster was kind of telling me about your love for Dieter Iceland, Shay, and we kind of just wanted to make this show all about Dieter.
Okay.
You know, in a way, and not entirely about Dieter, but we wanted to make him the focus. He's the center of attention for the show. So I guess before I guess go into that, maybe I should just announce or just do this. Foster, you got to stop putting up chat when I do that. So, I mean, Dieter Iceland, we were talking about this during the draft, guys, and everyone kept saying, when are we going to draft a center? Who's there at center? We need to draft a center. We kept saying, I don't know, man, maybe there's something there with Dieter Iceland, and they know it.
Been there.
So preach it, Shay.
Okay, so the secret weapon. So pretty much in the preseason, we all know preseason don't matter, right? But you see a lot of guys get a lot of run and they show potential. And just from that potential, a lot of fans get excited, want to see them more so in the season. So Dieter Iceland and Jack Sanborn, those were the two guys from preseason to start of the season I wanted to see. For some reason, we didn't see them, even though Lucas Patrick was injured. You know, there was a lot of opportunity for Dieter to get in. Now, but when you think about it, Dieter still played 11 games, but he started 0 games. Now, I asked myself that question. Even toward the end of the season, it was opportunities for him to start. So why did Ryan Poles not play him more? I think he didn't want to show his hand, because when I saw Dieter play against certain teams, Philly, the Jets. I saw some things. I'm just like, this young dude he's athletic. He's stout. You're not getting past him. He holds the line of scrimmage. You know, for Justin to be able to stand in the pocket, you're going to need someone like Dieter Iceland. You saw him play in the games where Justin didn't play, where Trevor Siemian played as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think, and I don't get me wrong, I know Cody Whitehair, you got an all-pro center. No disrespect to Cody Whitehair. I think from where Ryan Poles is showing where he's trying to go with the young, the athletic, the hits principle, I like Dieter. I really do. I think he's a secret weapon. I don't know if he's going to be the starting center. I give him a swing tackle position like they gave what is the gentleman we just released?
Alec. Oh, geez, somebody help me out here.
No,
Alex from the previous, not last year, but the year before.
We just released them. Everybody hated Sam Mustipher.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Sam
man,
Mustipher.
Christopher.
So
I already
Sam
forgot
Mustipher-
about him.
Yeah, Sam was pretty much a swing tackle. We utilized him for several positions. This is what Dieter's going to be able to do. Now, will he be the starting center? I don't know. But he's going to be a value to this team. And I think Ryan Poles did not want to show too much of what Dieter could do because he didn't want nobody to come get him.
I think it could be on something with that.
I
sense.
I disagree.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Because I think, although I'm a fan of Dieter Iceland as well, I think he's, like you mentioned, he's stout. He has the measurables, being 6'4", 320 pounds. I love the size that he brings to the position. I think his pitfall may be not being able to give the line calls as of yet. The lack of experience, because he played at Yale, so he doesn't have a lot of big game experience. And I think he played guard while he was there.
Right.
So maybe he doesn't know how to give the line calls. And then Justin, being a young quarterback, he's not able to give those line calls as well. So that's why they didn't probably put him in there. But I think moving forward that he would be a good option at center because of his intangibles, but he just got to learn to do those line calls, my opinion.
Yeah.
I understand that. Now, hear my point of view for that. Now, remember, this is Dieter's third year. This will be his third season with the Bears. Now, we had him before last season, all season. So he was learning the playbook. He was learning the calls then. I'm going to go back to the game against Cleveland. Dieter didn't play in that game. Do you remember when Justin Fields was blindsided? You remember how many veteran linemen was on that field? So I call bullshit with things like that when coaches don't give these young guys opportunities for things like that. When the older guys are so to be reckless with it. I think the young man needs an opportunity. And when he gets that opportunity, if we don't give it to him, it doesn't matter if it's the Bears or not. Right. I think Dieter Iceland, when he gets the opportunity, he's going to be one of the top linemen in the league. And I see that in him. And I saw that in the preseason with him and Tev together. And I just want to see him and Tev and Darnell Wright. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Go ahead, Matt.
I don't even remember. She kind of went on out of my brain. And anyhow, I don't know, man. You know, the way that I look at last season, you got your young quarterback back there. He's your number one commodity. You want to protect him. And that being said, if you've got something on that offensive line, you play it. You protect that kid. Like even in that game that you're talking about, that Cleveland game. If they pulled a rookie out in that game, in that under that situation, I think we all would have shit a monkey. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, they're resorting to like third string offensive linemen now. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have lost my shit. They can't protect the kid, and now they're bringing out the third string, the rookie. Damn, we're in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, good luck, Justin. Right?
Well,
but you know,
let's
like,
go to the
I'm not trying to take anything.
let's go to the stats. Dieter is the only offensive lineman that didn't get allowed a quarterback sack or hit. None
That's
in
'cause he
11
didn't
games.
play,
Every
though.
snap, not one. The
That's
one
because he
offensive
didn't
lineman.
play, though.
But
Right? I
yeah,
can't. You know, I give the kid as much respect as I can, and I really hope the best for him. I hope he's able to make a way through the two guys in front of him. And the worry there, you know, if we're talking about Dieter Iceland, the worry there is that's where the money on the offensive line is, right? So they're paying. They just threw a bunch of cash at Cody Whitehair. He just got his bonus. Lucas Patrick, he ain't going anywhere. It was a problem with his hand. So hopefully his hand's healed up. They've got two guys that they're actively paying right now in front of Dieter. I just don't see it. I hope to see it so that next year we can flush both of those guys up, free up the cap space, and run with a young rookie who is now 3.5 years in and hopefully knows the system and has proven something. Like, that would be ideal. But he got to make his way through two guys who are getting paid, I'm going to say, in and around $18 million. You know,
but to her point, though, he's a young ascending player that maybe he was having a little bit of a hard time with the center position, so they were playing him at guard, and then they put him in. There was a moment in the Cowboys game, a 3-play series where Dieter,
if you have the tape, play the tape.
Yeah, Dieter Iceland was in here, and all of a sudden, Trevor Siemian was in the game.
Exactly.
And Coach Flus was asked after the game about this, and he said, well, we wanted to look at a couple offensive linemen, so we thought let's take a look at Trevor too. So, I mean, there was only one offensive lineman in this game that was different, and that was Dieter at center. And before he had been playing guard. So it just might have been something they were trying to, I don't know. Maybe there is something to the reason why they did not draft a center, because when you look at this kid, he doesn't. He just shoved that guy out of the way at the end. He has that tenacity that pulls legs.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of just told you what the reason why they didn't draft a center was. It's because they already had $18+ million tied to the center position.
I don't think
that's why they
Lucas
didn't draft
Patrick will be on the. I'm gonna make a bold prediction. I do not think Lucas Patrick will be on the roster at the start of this season.
There's no way he's going anywhere.
I guarantee you, I do not think Lucas Patrick will be on this roster the start of this season, especially if Kramer is healthy enough to play, go through OTAs and play preseason.
No chance. No chance they cut. They paid him. He's paid. He's on the roster. He's already in contract. The rest of the guys that we're talking about are guys who, you know, are on rookie deals, and it doesn't really matter. It doesn't make any difference. Not to mention, you really don't want to be making many offensive line cuts on an unproven offensive line. They already who stole one of our rookies is already gone. That we can't count on him. The names, I'm blanking out on the names.
Zachary Thomas.
Zach Thomas got poached. Somebody took Zach Thomas. I don't see them letting go anybody on that line. I see there being a very huge problem. Thank you. Like plus Doug Kramer. I see there being a big problem with Kramer and Iceland getting in behind the guys that we're talking about. Like even at the guard position, like Tevin's got the lock on left. There's no chance they're getting past Nate Davis. Nate Davis is
believe our GM and our organization, when they say every single person is going to have to fight for their job. Every single person. If there's not going to be any promised positions, starters. Like all of us, we love Tev Jenkins, right? And we know the coaching staff have something against him. We're still talking about Tev Jenkins and all these. No one has any guaranteed spots. Zero. And I'm telling you, it's some people in Ryan Poe's ear and some of these guys' ear like, hey, your guy you brung over here, you know, telling the offensive coordinator, your guy you brought here to play center, he ain't it. And if you're gonna show these guys you're gonna take the best, you gotta make an example. And I guarantee you, Lucas Patrick do not start the season as a Chicago Bear.
Shay, I'm going to quote Ric Flair and say, to be the man, you got to beat the man, right? That's without the whoop. That's what it is. If Dieter Iceland beats those two guys out, and that's all I'm saying, he's got two guys who are getting paid in front of him.
Absolutely.
If he beats those guys out, we have a serious situation. Like, that's a serious thing. If we, by the end of training camp, if we hear that Dieter Iceland is starting, real talk, it's a huge conversation. Why is Dieter Iceland starting over two guys who are making money?
Right.
Because he whooped their ass in practice.
Yeah, I don't think they'll cut Patrick though.
They can't
because
they're paying him.
Yeah,
they won't cut these guys.
They have their centers on the team right now. Glob, you should take your bowl and just like stick it up like that, right between your legs.
I want to hear what's
I
want to hear what's in Glob's mind, because I see him listening to all this and I see the wheels turning, but I haven't heard him say anything yet.
Yeah. So as far as Dieter goes, I'm all in on Whitehair being the center. Everyone is talking about everybody else. I think that the Pro Bowl center is going to come back this year with Tevin at left guard and Nate Davis at right guard. And I think he's going to run it back another Pro Bowl year this year. That's what I think. I think Dieter's going to be great in the future down the road. He's going to be a great depth piece, super versatile. He can play all over that offensive line. But as far as especially the season starting, I think it's Whitehair's show, hands down.
Absolutely. I think Cody will start. I agree with you. I think Cody will get the start. Now, whether it's injury or Dieter just performs better, I think by the end of the season, Dieter Iceland will be the starting center. And I still do not think Lucas Patrick. I think they're going to go into OTAs and go into those practices, and they're going to see something. They're going to be like, this is not the guy that we thought we was bringing in to protect Justin. I'm going to tell you, when he came back from injury, I'm going to go back in. I'm going to come back on y'all show with the tape. I wish I would have brought the tape. The game he came back from injury.
You can kick my ass personally, Shay.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No. He did two snaps. And I remember him on his ass because I was so excited to see him. I was so excited he was back. He was on his ass both snaps. And he went to the locker room, didn't come back. I'm like, I was like, I was so mad. But then Dieter got in, he was playing good. They was rotating him. And I was like, just be done with Lucas. I thought at that point, I thought we was gonna cut him before before draft. To be
I would
honest.
love to watch a game with you, Shay.
Yeah,
you'd be pretty hyped, to be honest with you.
No, y'all don't. I'm one of them crazy fans.
Throwing shit around.
Yeah, I break shit. I'm one of them crazy. I'm one of them crazy fans.
You know, I don't know. I think it'll be a hard fight for him to actually get to where he needs to get to. I think Cody is the guy. This little question from Doug is an interesting one. Okay. My thoughts there is just that.
Let me just ask the question for audio.
Yeah,
for listening. I just have this logic problem. If Whitehair is such a great center, and we all know Musty was letting the pocket collapse on every snap, why didn't Whitehair start at center last year? Patrick at guard? I love what Doug
the
has.
question was
packed with good shit.
The question was then who plays the rest of the offensive line? That was really the question. The hope was that Lucas Patrick was going to be that guy.
Cody Whitehair, I believe, had a pre-existing injury that they feel like he had to rest more. Just like when Tev Jenkins hurt his back, and we wanted him back so bad. I think that's basically the same thing happened with Cody last year. I believe it was the injury thing, and that's why they didn't start him at center. Now, I still think going into the season, that's going to be the starting center. But I don't think the Bears are set on that. And I know a lot of fans, Kramer, are thinking about Kramer. He's in the background too. Like I said, I just love the Bears have a lot of options. That's number one, right? We haven't had these type of options in years as far as offensive linemen and arguing about who should be the starter, right? So that's a good plus for the season. But I just think as far as tape, when you look at tape, Lucas Patrick is not even a question.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Dieter has everything possible to take the starting job from the Pro Bowl center and from Dieter Iceland got enough talent to take it from Lucas Patrick and from Cody Whitehair. If Cody Whitehair has an injury problem, I think the Bears will. Remember our last Pro Bowl center is the same thing.
You know, I just want to say something a little sideways. It's like it's on topic but off topic.
Go ahead.
You know, I never watched so much offensive line play in the last 2 years of football. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used to watch for defense. I used to watch for actual quarterback play, wide receiver play. Now I'm staring at the offensive line. It's been a situation. I'm just saying.
You find yourself in a weird position, going, "Why am I I have to study out the offensive line to protect this franchise quarterback."
I was watching the Super Bowl. I'm like, damn, Jason Peters is a monster, like the entire game. And it's just an interesting observation. Things are a little bit different in Bears land.
Normally the offensive line, an offensive lineman with the first pick in the draft is boring, right?
Yeah.
Under normal pretenses. This time around, we're like, yo, you know what? It may not be super duper sexy, but it was the right pick. Now we got.
And you know there were still a lot of people that were mad about it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know what, though? The facts is, like, no matter what he would have done, you can't please everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's going to have their panties in a bunch about it.
Glob,
yeah, for sure.
What did you think of it's all good. I kind of wanted to know also your guys' prediction on the schedule here.
Okay, I'm going to let Glob go first.
Okay. Yeah, pull it up here. Let's see.
Pull the comment off there, Foster.
Packers sweep right out the gate. I can tell you that. So we'll just go with the wins. I see 1, 2. Hold on a second. Why does everyone keep saying that the Broncos are going to beat us? I see that everywhere. And I find myself like
because
almost
of Sean Payton.
dizzy about it. Sean Payton?
That's why. That's why. If you want to know why people are saying it, it's because of Sean.
They got to show me something.
I don't buy that. I really don't. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. We're not going to beat the Commanders, I don't think. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to say 10-7.
Okay.
Right,
I'm going to say 10-7.
Let's do it this way, man. Let's just go game by game, then go around.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair? Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right, week 1. Throw that back up for me, Shorty.
Packers. You already know.
I done know it's the Packers.
At Chicago, I got to win.
Mm-hmm.
You got to win, Shay.
I got to win.
The Bears are definitely winning that game.
All right, Glob Dob. What do you say, PJ?
I'll say win.
All right, Foster.
Yeah, so what you're looking at here, guys, is these are our predictions that we did on the show last week. There was like 5 or 6 of us that we all conclusively came to. The consensus was, majority says it became this, and we came to 11-6. So for you 3 who didn't get to do that last week, this is more for you. Like, what do you guys? Do you agree with this? And where would you disagree?
I was one off. I kind of answered that in our pre-show, right? In y'all pre-show. So as far as y'all prediction list, I was one off. I have us pinned on my prediction at 12-5. I have us beating the Lions once. I have us beating.
So did we.
Yeah. The only difference on here, I believe, is I think it's the Chargers. We're not losing to the Chargers, bro.
I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Chargers is us last year, but they had more wins. Okay. Chargers is a team, they can score 30 points a game, but they can't, their defense not gonna stop you. They don't know how to win games. I believe the Bears is going to have a better record and look like a Chargers type team or one of these teams that was like a 8-9 last year, and like, but it's gonna be the same type of team of last year. Like we saw glimpses in the 10-game losing streak. That was probably the most fun I've had with the Bears in the last 5 years.
It was.
Am I the only one that felt like that? And it was so sad as a Bears fan.
Every loss felt like a win. You were like, why do I feel?
It just look. It wasn't a win. I just wasn't like. So the season before, we were disappointed. Let's just be be honest. It was a disappointing season.
Yeah.
Last season was kind of a promising season.
Yeah.
We lost.
Yeah.
If we could have made a couple of stops, a couple of defensive plays, I mean, you talking about we wouldn't even be having a conversation. The Bears would have been in the playoffs easily.
So let's look at this stuff like this. So from a betting perspective, I'm pretty sure they got us on at about 7 wins for the season.
I believe so.
I would definitely take the over on this one, like almost no question. The schedule is super lightweight this year, no questions there. I feel differently. Like I feel like I would have agreed with you guys last week on the Chargers game. I think we might lose that game. I don't feel that we're going to automatically lose to these Saints just because Derek Carr's there.
Right.
I'll flip it. I'll flip that one. So I'm somewhere in and around where you're at, Shay. Like, to be honest with you, I think potential 12 games, 12-5.
It's going to be some close games that come to, just like last year. We lost 7 games that was within a score. We lost 6 games that was within 3 points.
Yes. There was one game we had like 4 goal line stances. I think it was the Commanders game.
Yeah.
We still couldn't. If we got one of those, we would have won the game. We had 1 or 2 goal line stances against the Packers. That
when you were saying that the Commanders, we'll lose to the Commanders. I'm like, I don't.
Commanders
like,
and the
we
Giants
almost beat the Commanders last time.
In a row, I was like,
that's true.
And the game
was Chase Young playing?
No.
Was Chase Young playing when we played the Commanders the last time?
I don't think
he was. I don't think it was. I think we're going to see a little bit more of a stout defense from the Commanders this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That like Doug Van Dorn, Sometimes Doug Van Dorn says like the most important shit. Like let's just be legit. It's really a question of health.
Yeah.
To me, it's a question of health between that floor being 7 games and that ceiling being 12 games. I feel like they will definitely achieve that floor. I'm not worried about 7 games, and in that respect, they've more than doubled what they achieved last year. I'm a happy guy with 7 games. So let's see if they can actually push towards that ceiling of 12. I don't think it's impossible with this schedule.
What do y'all see about this team that y'all liking? Because
we don't even play the Eagles.
I'm seeing guys that don't like to lose. I'm seeing guys that don't think they're going to lose. I'm seeing guys that are predicting to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Chicago Bears players. This is not the same Chicago Bears team from last year. Yes, we have some of the same players, but you got to think about the players that we kept love football. They love to win. And those are the players that give it all when they go out on the field. This is why I'm not vouching for Lucas Patrick, and I'm saying he's out of there before this season starts. If the Bears
prediction.
The identity
it is.
They will do that. Watch.
PJ.
Yes, sir.
We need to wake you up. How's it going over there, man?
Oh, I can't complain.
I can't complain. He's good.
I can't complain.
Good.
Somebody slept to use some Valium today.
No, I mean I'm listening to you guys' takes. I think 2 things off the top of my head from what Shay was saying. First being in that Cleveland game, Although there were some veterans out there,
Yes, sir.
they had no protection other than the five offensive linemen. They was running a lot of naked sets.
Yeah.
So
they ran it all the game, and he got sacked 10 times. Don't ask me why they
criminal.
So,
criminal.
So the point I'm making is that I don't fault necessarily the veterans. I mean, even if Dieter would have been out there, he would have helped, because if you run a naked sets against Myles Garrett, you're in a no-win situation anyway. Second point I wanted to make was when it came to the Cowboys game, where Dieter got a chance to play, he only played three downs, and they all were running down. So we didn't get a real good sense of him being able to call out offensive line calls on who's the mic and how to do your protection. So having running plays where you can just run the ball and just do your assignment, you're not being able to make your line calls. So the question I have about Dieter, like I said, I'm a Dieter fan. I want him to start, and I want him to take that job. However, he has to prove that he can make those line calls.
I never mentioned the Cowboys game. Go look at the Phillies game. Go look at Miami game. Go look at the Jets game.
Didn't y'all pull up the film on the Cowboys game?
Yeah, I said pull up the film he had on Dieter. That wasn't my film. But however, the games I'm talking about,
right,
that I watched Dieter stand in the pocket and deliver the ball, one of the games Justin didn't play. And I'm just thinking like
Jets game.
The Jets game. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, and they use Dieter more in that game. See, they are cautious about who they use around Justin Fields, and they are cautious about his protection.
Yeah.
And
that's why
they
when they
are
put
getting Dieter look free plays. Yes, I could agree.
That's why in the clips I was showing, when they put him in for those 3 plays against the Cowboys, they put in Simeon. They just didn't want to. They wanted to try him out at center to see what happens, and not get their quarterback killed just in case. So
another big factor here, right? Like center. You probably want to have a veteran at center. It is actually a veteran type position where that guy gets used to the offense. He understands it. Yeah. He can now make those calls because he's used to seeing what defenses do. Putting a rookie in that position is a hard place for him to really, be able to assess what the defense is doing at a young, just sort of starting out. Throwing him out there without any expectation. Shit, if Trevor Siemian gets hurt, it's like, who gives a shit about Trevor Siemian? You know what I mean? Go out there, get your reps. Right. Do what you got to do. Yeah. If Trevor does something, he does something.
Because they were like, if Trevor gets hurt, we have the marvelous. Who's the third string quarterback? I already forgot his name.
Peterman.
We have the marvelous Nathan Peterman. We're good to go.
Commander.
Right.
We'll throw 6 picks and we're good to go. Call it a game.
Every time
I get it. I get it. I think we're gonna go with the vet. I think we're gonna go with the vet with Cody Whitehair. But I agree with like one of the fans' questions. Like, it's a reason they really go with him last year. Maybe he has an injury and he can't take the contact. We'll see. Right. We'll see going into the season.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think with Whitehair, his issue has always been snapping the ball.
Patrick McAndrews is a serious guy, eh?
They're not building this team to take back the North. They're building this team to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Yes. I like that.
Go ahead, PJ.
Thanks for joining us, Patrick.
Sounds right to me.
Andrew?
Absolutely.
It's a ballsy statement, brother. I gotta say, man. But
like I said, they have players this season that believe that they're not going to lose. Mm-hmm. That is scary. Those are the type of players I want to play with. I want to play with players that feel like I can't wait to put some pads on and hit some shit. I can't wait for them the type of man. This team looks scary, man.
Shay,
see,
they're when I played, they called me homicidal because you could just kill you. What it is whatever you're doing, these kind of people. We just could kill. Not that we're going to kill.
Yeah.
Whatever we're doing, we have to kill it. We have to be the best. It's that important because nothing else matters.
Yeah, it's like
Those are the kind of guys I see on this team. And I haven't said much, but I want to get back to the center position too, because we were talking about Iceland and Cody. Now, let me bring this up. Have you guys thought of the money that has to be spent by April 2024? It's $24 million. Cody Whitehair could start as center. They could also drop him if somebody. What happens if somebody gets cut? Cody's gone. There's an additional $10 million. I think Poles is watching where this money's going because he's got to spend it. We might have to pay some guys that we don't even want. Realistically, think about it. I mean, does anybody get that?
Yes,
we might have to pay some guys we really don't want it. The fans
are not going to want it, but they're not going to see what we saw last season already. They're not going to see what Poles is thinking already. I'm just trying to put it out there before people get hurt feelings, because it's going to happen. He's not keeping Lucas Patrick and Cody Whitehair starting the season.
I don't see how he has any other choice. Like and the only reason I'm saying this is because he didn't draft somebody in this draft. If he went and he scored when he had the opportunity to do so, and he did, he could have got John Michael Smits there. He could have grabbed him in and around that second round spot. He was available.
Cody Whitehair is a true bear, because if you would have brought Lucas Patrick in and he talk about he gonna be the leader that Justin need, I'm like, excuse me, you talking to an all pro.
Yeah, but we're talking. He's not that guy. He's not that guy, Shay. That's not Cody. Cody's a different guy, and you have to understand that, right?
So
he already gave up that position as leader, right? One time before, he gave it up.
This is like this is like the first time on BCP that we all haven't agreed on everything. Like I love the banter.
You, Dan.
I agree with what he's saying. I do agree. We agreeing to, but the difference that we are not coming to is that why keep him then?
Why keep who?
Why keep Cody if he's not that no more? If he's not that guy no more, why pay him and pay Lucas?
There's an answer to that too. It's just the answer is simple too, right? It's just because
they don't have anybody to replace him with.
The offensive line isn't very strong. Or at least it wasn't. You
can't
just get rid of him. If he's not the man, they replaced him with James Daniels to be the man. It was okay. We're gonna move, and this is from an all-pro status. They move over. You're not that guy anymore. You don't know the new offense. We want James here to figure out the new offense and to be the man. Oh shit, James ain't the man. Oh shit, James started to look like the man. Oh shit, we got rid of James. So now what do we do? Right? Like to me, coming into this thing, we probably shouldn't have been so quick to let James walk out the door. And I think it had everything to do with him running his mouth at the end of the season conference when he ran his mouth. I'll be straight up and down. Everything he said to me was basically just a good old F you to the media. You guys think I'm an idiot? I'm not an idiot. I'm a lot smarter than you think I am. I know what kind of psychological tactics you're trying to pull on me. So I'm going to be defensive today because I have the opportunity and I had a real tough season.
But wasn't that
next thing you know, he's gone?
Old regime as opposed to the new regime?
Say again?
He said that towards the old regime, not the new regime.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. But as we well know, Mr. Poles, and again, I'm not knocking Mr. Poles, but he came in, and for the most part, he's flushed out every inkling of the old regime, right? Like he's pushed everything out.
He has, except for the what? The dog.
I think that's more to do with the fact that whenever you have a new regime, they always tend to want to bring in their own players. So everybody that was a free agent that year, Poles didn't sign any of them. So only people he would resign is guys like on a 1-year contract and guys making the minimum. He did not resign any guy who was making multi-year contracts. So whether it was the guy down in Florida right now in Jacksonville, Roy Robertson Harrison, James Daniels, Bilal Nichols, all these guys, they were up on their next contract and he couldn't give them a 1-year contract. He had to give them something substantial and he chose not to do that. So now in hindsight, I'm with Matt. I think he wished he would have kept James.
Right? Like, thank you. I was going to jump back in here just to say all of those positions and across the board, it makes sense. But that specific position on a weak offensive line that he knew had troubles the year before protecting the kid,
he should have kept it.
Probably should have kept that guy.
He should have kept Bilal Nichols too because of Ojinobi, his knee acting up. So instead of going after him, he should have just kept Bilal Nichols because I think he could have played the 3 technique as well.
That's actually a really good call.
So my
two guys that posed cut that they went to other teams and then they just retired.
Say again.
There's tons of them.
It was 2 guys that Brian Post cut. One went to Atlanta.
Eddie Goldman,
and then he quit.
He retired.
And then it was another.
But I thought he came back. I thought he's back now.
Guess what, Shay? He's back.
He saw something.
Yeah.
He saw that quit in them.
Yeah.
Oh, we all saw the quit in him, right?
Right,
when he decided to hang back, coming back from COVID, and even the year before coming back,
it was
well
time to
overweight.
go. It was time to go.
But
it was time for him to go.
With Goldman, though, Goldman wasn't out of contract with us. Goldman was due $10 million, so Poles cut him.
Yeah.
So Poles cut him. Atlanta signed him to a contract. He was going through training camp. He decided to retire. So that's one guy. But Bilal Nichols, I thought he played pretty decent last year for the Raiders.
When he came back,
Roy Robinson Harrison for Jacksonville.
We should have kept
played
Harrison
really well in Jacksonville. And then there's the other guy we mentioned earlier, James Daniels. He started off slow in Pittsburgh, but he came along. So I think we should have kept those 3 guys personally. But moving forward,
Daniels
Daniels
definitely. I think that was a mistake. You know, when Mustafa started, Daniels was calling all the offensive line plays. You guys, I don't know if anybody knows that. A lot of people don't.
Right.
But he was calling the offense for Musty because Musty couldn't do it. But then again, wait, the guy, you look at his tape from the second half of that season, he slacked and he did have a bad attitude. And Poles doesn't want negative attitudes for anything. It's go, or get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't want no weak links. There's no weak links.
I don't blame the guy.
I called
Jay, I'll stand back to back with you in the dark alley anytime.
Flus is the general, okay?
You're damn
Get that shit out of here.
I still would have gave up on James Daniels, though.
Per Mr. Globdoblina, Flus is actually the godfather.
I saw that.
That's right. He is the godfather.
Wait, let me replay that.
I saw that.
This is the we should make this the give Glob a job segment right now, man. Glob, you've been trying to get a what day are you on? Day 65 now?
Today
72.
was 72, I think.
Give Glob a job. Give Glob a job. Give Glob a job.
We'll get back to that. I'm gonna hit
At
that
this
Harley
point,
Glob.
if they would just be like, "Hey, good job," I would be more than grateful. You
Chicago
know what I mean?
Bears, give this man a job with his amazing graphic here. Look at. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that was a perfect segue into it. But I wanted to show one more thing that Glob.
Yeah, but you did that today.
This is for tomorrow. I've not posted that yet, but yeah, that's for tomorrow.
I saw the picture on Twitter today.
Yeah, how did I see it?
Yeah, that was like a rough draft. I was just kind of going over the concept with a buddy on there. Yeah, but I fixed it and kind of put the finishing touches on it.
That's his That's his actual position, right? Did you actually change that?
Yeah, the Bears posted a big photo shoot today with a bunch of different players and Kyler Gordon in that one. I mean, a buddy of mine reached out to me and was like, "Hey, man, this is Spider-Man all the way right here." So I had to fix it up, and it worked out pretty well, I think.
That's cool.
Man, I know I've been supporting you on Twitter with that, trying to retweet that.
I appreciate it, man.
Bob a job.
I just like to make stuff in my free time as it is, so it's like just an outlet, something for me to do, you know.
That'd be amazing if you end up getting a job working for the Bears doing that.
Yeah, it would be. That would be amazing.
Just keep doing it. Keep speaking.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going.
What you want to do, you will do it.
The more you take it into existence, the more you can make it happen. That's for sure, man.
Yeah.
You have the right.
Yeah, I'm not going to stop.
Swifty in the house. Yo, what is up, Swifty?
All right.
Oh,
Up,
Swift is
Swift?
in the building.
I like this too because we haven't mentioned this. This year's completely different. After the last preseason game, as Cliff has said, there's 1,184 players cut. I don't know who's what.
Holy shit,
But-
Cliff's
but
right.
there's
So yeah,
always-
he's right.
There's
You know how
always
they used to do
somebody-
it staggered?
There's always somebody you grab after that pile that's great. Always.
Well,
Right.
Foster, they used to
Maybe
do it
6 or 8
staggered,
guys
right?
a season that are phenomenal off that pile. Every year
They used to go from
since
like 90 to
1976 that I've been
50
watching.
to 75 to 52. This time they just go straight to 52. So it's going to be like an
Yep.
instant cut situation of a lot of
That's
things.
right.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's
Mhm.
that's
A
why
lot
we didn't have to really
agents
draft the center.
like
He's got
that.
10 plans and he's got 6 ways to use Cody, whether it's center or money. There's too many options. I've never seen this option in 50 years, 40 something years of following the Bears. I've never seen them with these many options. I've never been this content or this happy since like Jim Finks.
That's why I'm not.
Right.
I'm not like.
Serious.
For a minute there, I was freaking out. You know what I mean about how he was gonna manage this offseason. I'm okay with it. I have no issues. I think he's done what he needed to do, and I think by 2024, I think people will be okay. I think the Detroit Lions specifically will be very, very worried about the Chicago Bears in the 2024 season. Very, very, very worried. Right now, like they got 2 first rounders this year. Cool. We have 2 next year. Next year, it'll be a problem across the board.
Right.
This year's the litmus test. How much of a problem it going to be? How big of an issue is it going to be? What is it going to look like? Is Justin Fields the guy? Oh shit, he's the guy. If they put the league on notice now, just wait to like
Let me ask
whoever
y'all
they
a
draft.
question.
Right.
What's y'all biggest worry coming into this season? What is the biggest
Injury.
I know we all excited, but what is the biggest worry? For me, not really a worry, but an opportunity. You know, Darnell Mooney is injured going into the season. So it's an opportunity for Velus Jones, for Scott.
Yeah.
For
He's the new Darnell.
ESB to not get slotted by the rookie. Like, it's opportunity to see who really wants it at that point.
Mm-hmm. I guess my biggest worry would be just the unknown from what the offensive line and the defensive line will be. I'm happy with what we've added to the secondary, the wide receiver room, the running back room. Those two main important things are kind of unknown to everybody at this point. You know, Tevin might be going, or it sounds like it's going to left guard, and it's what's going to become of that.
Yeah.
You know, so that's my biggest worry. That those 2 lines. Do we have an edge rusher? Are we going to get one? Is there going to be someone that steps up? Is it going to be Travis Gibson? Someone of the likes of that with better interior help? Who knows? That's the biggest unknown. When you know you have a Tommy Harris and a Julius Peppers and a Tank Johnson, you know
That's
you're
different.
we don't have that, you know. So
Yeah.
it could be that, and that's my biggest worry. What's yours, Glob? Any worries?
Yeah, I got a couple. Still not really sold on the kick returning or the play calling, really. It's going to be interesting to see how the play calling goes with Getsy coming into his second year. I feel like the first year was pretty rough. So seeing how this shakes out next year, I think that's probably my biggest concern. Are we going to see more deep routes? That's what I want. I'm so tired of this just depressed offense. I'm tired of the checkdowns and the nakeds. I want to see that arm strength that we saw from Justin in college. You know, I want to see DJ Moore break loose. That's what I want to see.
Mm-hmm.
If they connect, boy, it's gonna be fireworks, man. If those 2 guys really click. I don't see another duo that's going to outpace them. I really don't.
We always, we're all excited about this, but we know that the history says it's very hard.
We do, but we've seen DJ Moore's production under, I mean, you fill in the blank on that. The QB play over there in Carolina.
Exactly.
Right.
He's going to come over here and it's going to be night and day. It's almost like it's like a perfect match. It's almost like they're football soulmates. DJ's coming from a place that has had horrible QB play, and he's coming to a place where we desperately need a receiver, a one, So I think they're hanging out. I think they're bonding. I think they're going over all these little nuances and looks and subtle gestures, and I think they're going to ball out. But it's the play calling. Ultimately, it's going to come down to the play calling as far as I'm concerned.
Of course, yes. Hopefully Getsy, which will be the next center of attention next week, hopefully he gets, everything. Everyone's in the second year. You start adding new pieces to this team, and then they start to build upon that. And now year two, hopefully we can really see a leap,
Yeah.
You added an explosive player to Justin, to his repertoire.
Yeah.
I just want to see some balls on offense. You know what I mean? That's all.
We know he can sling them.
Show me some balls.
Mm-hmm. Show me
balls.
Come on, PJ.
That was right up. Yeah. He pitched that slow for you, PJ. Bro. It was a slow pitch. Anyways, I'll just say, worries for me is
PJ is our sexual.
PJ, you dropped the ball, PJ.
That all right?
You dropped the ball.
He dropped both of them.
I heard it.
He dropped both the balls.
I heard it.
So
because there's a lady on the show, I didn't want to say nothing, but I heard it.
Oh, really? There's a first time for everything.
Sorry, Shay.
So for me, I would say injury and defense on the defensive side, stopping the run. Those are the only two things I'm really worried about. I'm pretty sure we'll have an offense this year. I have my faith there. I'm not going to say, I don't have any major questions. If we're talking about Darnell Mooney in that scenario, I think we've got a guy or potentially two who can step into that realm. I think Chase Claypool is going to really do some big things this year.
Yeah,
that's my
agreed.
thoughts. I think he's going to be that 50-50 ball guy that Allen Robinson was for Mitch. Now, I think that DJ Moore is going to be something a heck of a lot more than what Allen Robinson was for Mitch. I think he's going to be a dynamic guy who can move into the slot and out of the slot and work in different ways. He's kind of a dynamic receiver. As long as we've got a viable third down receiver, the number 3 wideout, I think we're okay. And I think we do in replacement if Mooney's hurt in Scott and maybe Vellis. Like, this is do or die time for Vellis too, right? Like, he's got to prove it or you know what it is.
Yep.
I don't see him return. I don't see him doing the special teams thing he was doing last year. I don't think they're giving him that opportunity at all. Right. Worst case scenario, it's probably
because they brought Homer in too.
Thank you. It's going to be Travis Homer.
Special teamers now.
That
don't even have to be an option.
Right. So he's basically your jet sweep, or maybe he actually can catch a football. Maybe.
He started catching the last couple games there. If you watch the last 2 games,
he did, and it's so funny. I had no faith, and I missed that game because I had to go watch my son play football out of town, and watching the highlights. Getting back home, checking Twitter, everybody's like, "Yo, Vellis!" I'm like, "Seriously, Vellis caught a football?" But yeah, he caught a football. He caught a football.
Caught the ball. The other ones was more so the ball came to him and on the receiver, bare hands. The catches he made that was spectacular. He had to maneuver his whole body and go and get the ball. So that shows he has great hands. He has good speed. He has all the tools.
He was just nervous.
And he can separate. Like I've seen him do it.
Absolutely.
I watched his college tape. He can separate, and that's
really cool. Card.
That was the Cowboys game. That was the Cowboys game. He dropped a beautiful deep ball from Fields, but then
Yeah.
It actually worked out for the better because they still drove down the field and they wasted the rest of the first half basically, and then still scored.
Yeah, that's
And
Glock.
the way-
That's Glock. Swift said it's that Glock.
What
way
up, Swift?
Shay's
What's up,
in.
Slippy?
Shay's in. That's Glob. Shay's in.
Yeah, that's Glock.
Yeah.
with the way that the
Glock.
Cowboys were scoring at will in that game, it worked out for the better that they actually got to slow that, keep the offense off the Cowboys offense off the field, and it worked out that he dropped that deep ball. Is all I mean.
I think it humbled them. To me, being a athlete, I think Bayless came into the season very fucking cocky, and our team, our coaching staff was, hyping him up a little bit. Oh yeah, he gonna be, and then they was like, oh, he made a mistake. We're not gonna really do nothing. And then it was a mistake. Like, nah, you better sit his ass down. So it was kind of, he came in the season cocky. He had to be humble. He had to re-earn his spot. And when he got that opportunity, then you saw them flashes that we should have seen in the beginning of the season.
Why do y'all think he was cocky though?
Because I think he felt he should have been drafted higher than he was.
That's not
the suit.
You're not being drafted when you thought you should have been drafted. You're being drafted in the third round.
No. That's not why.
If anything,
he was overdrafted, guys. Like he was.
Oh, you think he was overdrafted? That's why he was cocky.
Big time.
So you think
maybe
he should have been a fourth or fifth round? Then
he was.
I had him going early in the fifth round on my ball.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I saw him come in cocky. I saw him come in with I'm like, okay, this young man. But then I'm like, okay, now who gonna teach him a lesson? Who gonna tell him? Sit his ass down. You gotta earn that spot, rookie.
But I think they said one of the things they said was he was one of the only ones to come into meetings with notepad and pen taking notes. So that's not a sign of being cocky. That's showing a sign of wanting to learn and willing to learn. So
I'm gonna split hairs with both of you. PJ, you're right, and he also came in. He was the only guy to come in a suit, so maybe she sort of took that as him being cocky.
Not the suit.
Yes, he also came with a briefcase and a pen and a pad in a briefcase, so he could take the notes. So I don't know. I don't know.
I'm talking about on camera, y'all.
Little swollen head, Shay. A little swollen head. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear him talk? Like I'm talking about interviews.
I didn't see it though.
The first time he dropped the ball, you remember?
I can see it, but I can see it, but at the same time, at the wide receiver position, I kind of want an arrogant jerk.
Okay.
That's at that position. I don't mind if you think that your shit doesn't stink. I really don't. I don't. I don't.
I like arrogant corners, right? I like arrogant corners, right?
You need to be even more so as a corner. You're right.
But the guy from Green Bay, he's terrible and he's always arrogant. You could be arrogant and and just be wrong, sit your ass down type arrogant.
To be honest, people hate that about him. People hate it about him. It's smug when he does it, but you have to
have Alexander. That's his name. He's not that good.
Oh, you're talking Jair. I'm talking Aaron. I thought you were talking Aaron.
No,
at the end of the day,
Alexander.
you're talking Jair.
He's not that good to be that cocky.
We're gonna find out a lot about that this season, which is great.
He got Harry and ESB in the same game, wide open play. Dude is not that Eric. He's not that good to be.
I'm just saying, in order to play
they're
quarterback,
find
anyway,
out
you
this
have to
year.
have a level
They're
of
gonna
confidence.
find out. Hey, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see that.
Yeah. Go ahead, PJ.
We did never finish. My only worry for this season is exactly the same as Swifties. Staying healthy, and then I'm kind of worried a little bit about extra points after the end of last season. So I don't know if we ever finished the topic. We kind of got – I just want to throw – because I'll forget. Old. It's PJ's fault.
We gonna have a rookie kicker this year or what? Y'all, what y'all think?
Oh, it sounds like we might.
What about Robbie Gold? He's dying to come back.
Man, bring the boy home, man.
Bring Robbie.
Boy, that punter we drafted was so terrible that everybody's been talking about him all season.
Yeah,
Sarcasm.
I'm waiting to see
I'll-
players
you know what?
sign a free agent over 30 years old yet.
I agree.
Yeah.
I see that. But
That's
I'm
fair.
I'm still going to be like this, and we talked about it at the beginning. Competition, and polls always mention. I'll bring in anybody for competition if it's going to make my team better or I get a better player. You're damn right. So we had this talk before. We all had. Remember when we did this like a month ago about Robbie Gold when it was all over the place?
Mhm.
I actually said no then, and then I sent him a tweet saying, "Come on the show and tell us what you said about the Bears and why you should be back in Chicago." So that,
I'm sure he'd
was
love to do that.
I'm just saying because there was shit he said about the Bears, and if you go back and you look when he left the Bears, he was kicking like shit. He was terrible the last 2 seasons with the Bears. He even
Yeah,
admitted
he
that.
was.
He admitted
Yeah, he
it.
was.
So I don't know. I asked him this. I did one more thing.
Every
I
time we
said,
played him.
You
I
know what
said,
it's
"Can
gonna
you
come
do a
down
George
to?
Blanda?"
Yeah.
No.
If
Like
you talking
everything
the
else.
right money, Ryan Poles, he ain't saying no older guys like y'all said.
So, like what PJ just said, like he likes that he hasn't, and he's not going to. He's not going to sign a.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
40-year-old
saying.
kicker.
Well, I'm saying I'm not saying he won't, but as
The money.
yet he hasn't, and I think that shows that he's trying to get younger. I mean, I wish he would bring a couple.
If Robbie say, look,
Yeah.
I want to end my career as a Bear, and look, I live in Chicago. I want to come back home. He's back here every offseason anyway. Okay. Him and his family still lives here actively. Okay. So if he
They're in
say just
school.
pay me this amount of money and Ryan Post think it's valuable enough, I think he'll give it to him. Let the man come retire as a Bear.
I don't think so. I
I
don't think
agree
it's
with
just,
you, PJ. I don't
I
think.
don't think it's just that simple. I mean, I think the fact that he brought in a rookie kicker to compete against the guy we currently have speaks to his commitment to trying to go youth. I mean, even if Robbie Gold says, "Hey, I'll play for the minimum," it's not a guarantee that Rose will pick him up on that offer.
Right.
That's just my opinion.
And that kicker kicked for several 60-yard kicks, I think, in college. So
Yeah,
he's one of the
best
better
kickers.
kickers. Yeah, he might be our quicker. You know, I would like to see Cairo Santos replaced.
I agree.
He was the second ranked kicker behind Mooney in the NCAA's.
There you go.
So Mooney was number 1, and the guy Poles got was number 2.
Okay.
Because Mooney's the guy I wanted. You guys heard me talk about it for 6 weeks.
Right.
I want Mooney. If
I
we
don't
got
want
to
him in the
draft
third round, though.
What did they do? Draft him in the 3rd round, I think?
Third
Mooney?
round. Third
Yeah.
round.
So, I mean,
Wasn't that when you
Poles would have never done that.
weren't you joking at that point in the 3rd round of the draft, PJ? And you're like, "Oh, let's take Mooney."
Hey,
Then he
real
converted
shit,
the third
guys.
round.
I want the Bears to go get a kicker off the street. I want them to go get this kicker I've been watching for several years.
I'm on the
And
street.
I really don't understand why this young man does not have an NFL job. He's
Eddie Pinero?
I think he goes by
I think I know who you're talking about. The punter slash
Destroying?
Destroy.
Destroyer. Yes. Well, I mean, nowhere in the NFL this man can't get a job.
He's tried out, to my understanding. I believe that he's
I
actually
know.
tried out, and
I know.
it just
And
hasn't,
he could
it
kick.
hasn't worked out.
He also tried out in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah,
That'd be a
he tried
real-
out here for sure. He did.
So he has been trying out. So I mean, I've never seen a kicker work out. So I don't know what all they go through.
Well,
So
they very
obviously,
often go get kickers
not doing
off the
something
street.
I'm sorry, what
They
you say?
very often get kickers off the street.
Mhm.
They don't draft them, but they don't
They
Get
signed
him. with
What
years
makes-
free agents.
being out of college too already.
What makes him the destroyer? Does he kick
Oh, he-
80-yard field goals?
Yes.
He's
nasty.
that's just his handle. His handle is destroying. But like real talk, he's destroring some kicks.
He's nasty.
Well,
he's
Eddie Pinero was
crushing
kicking like an
60,
82
You
70
ever
yard
seen
field goal.
Justin Fields do the where he likes to hit the upright with the ball, with
He can
throwing the
kick it
ball
like
like
that.
70 yards? This dude kicks like that.
It's funny you bring that up, Shay, because that's like when the double doink when the double
He was
doink kind of
practicing
popped
that
up,
way before.
he was literally practicing that a long time before that. He was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
this guy's like destroying." But anyways, sorry to bring up
he
the doink.
targets the ball really
But
well.
it's different kicking in the field by yourself as opposed to kicking in a stadium. So I mean, he's making these kicks. They're kicks by himself, not in competition. I mean, like I said, give him a tryout, fine. If he wins, fine. But I can't say that I'll say for sure, I think he'd be a dynamic kicker based upon some YouTube videos because
I don't know what he'll be. I'll say give him an opportunity.
well, I mean, that's what I said. The guy we got is like Foster said, ranked number 2 kicker coming out of college. That's pretty impressive. So I'm waiting to see what he can do. I'm hoping somebody beat out the current kicker we have, though.
Santos?
Yes.
It's funny,
Guys,
man.
we have a special guest that is joining the show with us tonight.
Really?
Yeah. We have Mr. Dan McGuire from the Dan and Aldo Bear Their Souls show on the Barroom Network. And we have him in the background, so I want to bring him on. Dan, how you doing, man?
What's up, Dan? I love you, brother. Glad to be here on your show. And I heard the last part of you all talking about Santos. I'm in the camp that says, please bring back Robbie. He wants to be here in Chicago. He's still lobbying for it. And it's like, Cairo, again, if you're like, you don't have the balls to even attempt a 44-yard field goal. He's like, I don't know. It's a little windy. It's fucking Chicago. Of course it's windy. It's the windy city. It's the windy city. Cairo, you need to go.
No.
Cairo needs to go back and play for a warm weather team. Maybe the Dolphins.
Did he play for the Dolphins?
He probably did. I know he was in Kansas City at one point, and that's probably too cold for him as well.
No, when he first lost his job, wasn't it the Dolphins? I could have sworn.
I think it was Miami or Tampa Bay. I think he was in Florida.
I thought it was Miami.
I don't remember for sure, but I thought he was in Florida.
Well, the last time that we went to KC was in 2015, and Cutler threw the game-winning touchdown to Matt Forte, which I can still nut over, by the way, because I love that win. But it came down to a Cairo Santos 66-yard field goal. Now, that's not fair to Cairo to be like, oh, it's 66, but they tried it, and he missed it miserably, and thank God the Bears hold on to win.
That sent him downhill, that fuck up doing that.
Actually, he had one of his best seasons as a Chicago Bear. So
yeah, you're right. You're right. He was awesome
last season because the season before, he had one of his best seasons as a Chicago Bear, kicking in the wind.
I think it was his best season ever as a pro.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Dan, let me introduce you to the panel we have here tonight. Of course, you know Foster and PJ and
Big Ben Davidson, dude.
You do look like former Oakland Raider Ben Davidson. I swear you do.
Like shave it up, yeah.
And then we have Shay and Mr. Glob Dabalina. Oh wait, let me. I should do my introduction whenever I say that. We have Mr. Glob Dabalina.
Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina, Mr. Dabalina.
I love it. I remember the first time I saw you in chat, and I was like, "What in the hell does that mean?" And you were like, "Oh," you explained it. I was like, "Oh yes."
Yeah, dude. Got that crazy stoner brain.
Don't tell everybody.
So does Dan. That's why he couldn't figure it out.
That's the truth.
Dan can do a quick rundown. Huh?
I said Dan's got that crazy stoner brain too. That's why he couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. It's contagious.
The stoner brain. I thought you were talking about the other Dan, which now that's you, Dan. But Dan, we were talking about the subjects because you can do a quick rundown on this. It was Dieter Iceland and what we think our record will be. What do you think?
You know, it's so hard and I'm not trying to give you a bullshit answer, but it's so hard to predict. Like everyone's going through like game by game on the schedule because you just never know. Like if someone's going to be hurt, if someone's going to get hot, there's always someone that goes from worst to best and shit like that every season. So it's kind of hard in May to look at the schedule. But having even prefaced that, I mean, if Detroit's the favorite, and they deserve it, Detroit did well last year. They knocked Green Bay out of the playoffs. Minnesota won 13 games. I get it. If we're predicted to be third or fourth, so be it. But who gives a shit? I mean, the point is, if Detroit is the favorite and they haven't won the division since, 91, 93, something like that, then it's wide open. So
wide open.
It's wide open. And if you get in the playoffs, then you're in. You
No
can't.
Aaron Rodgers.
The Giants won 2 Super Bowls within the last 2 decades when they were 9-7 and won every game on the road. Pittsburgh did that in 2005. So it's plausible. You just get in, man, and you got a shot. So I joked with Aldo earlier. I said, yeah, whenever the Bears get to the Super Bowl again, I'll come watch it with you in Arlington Heights. I was like, so I'll see you in February, right?
Well, that'd be nice.
That'd be the best joke. That's the best punchline ever.
Most important question of the night. How is Aldo doing?
Yes.
He's definitely, it's like talking to him again for a few days. Like yesterday, he slept 12 hours, literally. So today I had my friend back. Like we were just bullshitting about stuff like that. I'm not making this up. I don't think he's making it up. He told me the serial killer, Pogo, what's his name? Ed Gein? Not Ed Gein. What's his name? Help me out here. Gacy, John Wayne Gacy.
John Wayne Gacy.
Aldo really
My neighbor,
thinks
he lived down the block from me.
Yeah, Aldo thinks that John Wayne Gacy tried to fuck him, and like when he was 18 and was trying to pick him up. He ran from him. He said he ran from a black Cadillac from a creepy white guy that seemed to be trying to fuck him, and he thinks that was the serial killer. So
it probably
Well,
was.
I've never owned a black Cadillac, so it definitely wasn't
I didn't
me.
know this. You guys got to hear this. My brother-in-law was hit by John Wayne Gacy, and he tried to grab him. And if his brother didn't come running through the park, he would have got him.
So there you go.
And he was
More
driving a
people
black-
have made
he was
connections
driving
with
a
John
black
Wayne
car.
Gacy.
My brother-in-law's brother got the plate number. So after they catch him and all this stuff goes on, they contact my brother-in-law and inform him that it was John Wayne Gacy that in fact hit him. I used to walk past his house every day in grammar school. The guy did birthday parties when I was 1 year old. He's a member of my church here on the Northwest Side. He's lived here as a good member of the community since like 1972, 71.
Yeah.
He used to hang out with Jane Byrne at the
I
park
would
over
question
here.
the part about being a good
So it's
member.
sad. I mean, it's just terrible. He's a terrible, rotten man. but
Strange.
Thank God he's done.
And there's a picture of him with Jimmy Carter's wife. It's like this guy was like hanging out with with the first lady, and he was also sodomizing children.
Huge celebrity.
That's absurd.
Wow,
Yeah.
we went a really far.
That
from
is
offensive
absurd.
line.
So Dieter Iceland, the record.
Yeah.
No. We're already on a topic here, so let's just close this thing.
He said, so Dieter Iceland, he just can't go back to Dieter after that. That's how you
No, we
go
can't.
back
We
there.
basically.
God damn.
Dieter Iceland, John Wayne Gacy.
So
All right, guys,
Dan,
my DoorDash is here, so I got to split. It was nice hanging and talking with you guys.
Anytime, Bob.
Man,
Anytime,
Mr.
come on, dude. Anytime.
Hey, follow me on Twitter at @GlobDobalina, please. Thank you very much. You guys have a good night.
You too, Rob. Thank you for joining us, man. That was
I make
awesome.
one sodomy joke and he leaves.
he said, "Fuck this, I'm eating food, y'all." Can't
I was
eat.
surprised it was on that long.
You've
He
been
said
here,
he was-
sitting here
he didn't
battling
call
for an
it.
hour
Yeah.
and a half. I mean,
Yeah.
since
I was
pre-show.
just trying to understand how Aldo and John Wayne Gacy somehow connected in the situation, but I was a little lost.
I got plenty of stories about that, man. If you guys
By the
ever
way,
want to
I-
sit down and talk him, I can tell you lots of things that people don't even know to this day.
Did I miss what happened with Aldo?
Yeah, I had talked to Aldo. Well, Evan Mack had reached out to me to help produce the show, and I didn't know. He told me what happened to Aldo. He had a mini stroke, and so I reached out to Aldo and I gave him my condolences and my best wishes, and he said not to say anything. So it just kind of it's been stuck in my head not to say anything, and I forgot you guys mentioned it on the show this past Tuesday. So. Yeah, he's doing well. He had a mini stroke. He couldn't make the show on Tuesday, but sounds like he'll be back soon, right, Dan? I hope he's doing well.
I don't think he's coming back this week. The goal is next week. Apparently, his blood pressure is still a little high, and so he has a heart monitor on. And the goal is to not to be redundant, but to monitor that to make sure he doesn't have another stroke.
Mhm.
So he's not out of the proverbial woods yet. But it looks good, and he didn't want it to say anything until he felt like because they were doing a barrage of tests.
Mm-hmm.
So until he kind of knew where he was at, he didn't want to say anything. But now he should be okay. He says he's going to stop the booze and stuff, and he thinks he'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to hear that, man. Give me my
Yeah.
thoughts, will you please, Dan?
Yes, sir. Thank you. He's a
Prayers up to
great
the
guy.
Podfather, man. Prayers up to the Podfather.
Prayers up to the Podfather.
Yeah,
Well said.
man. He's a great guy, man, for real.
So you don't care if you don't really care about the record as long as they make the playoffs. That's what
Well,
your
I'm not
point is.
saying that. I'm not saying that it's hard to make a prediction right now, but on the schedule, like I'm not even conceding Kansas City yet. Like everyone's like, "Oh, that's a loss."
Really?
How do you know that's a loss? Maybe that's one of those days if they would beat Green Bay, if somehow they start out 1-0, then you get some momentum, and then the ball starts rolling. Then you got Baker Mayfield beat us in Fields' first start. I get it, but I mean, come on, man, we can go down there and beat Baker, I think. And then if you're 2-0 going to KC, then maybe you just hit fucking Mahomes in the mouth a few times and actually put pressure on him, and maybe you get an upset. Who knows? And then if you start, it's like in 0-1, who would have thought the Bears would be 13-3 coming off a 5-11 year? And it happened. Things like that happen. 0-5, they were 1-3 and finished the year 11-5. That's after Mike Brown said, "We suck" when we lost to Cleveland, after having a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. So turnarounds happen. And why not the Bears this year? I'm sorry, I'm going to give you false optimism because that's the way I feel on it, man. Fields is my guy, and I want Fields to win a fucking Super Bowl. I want him to be like my Aaron Rodgers. I want him to be beating Green Bay for 2 decades now.
But
right.
I agree with what you're saying, Dan, but I think if we look at it basically from an overall point of view, I don't think none of us will say Bears are going 17-0.
Of course.
So I think that when we just look at it in retrospect, we just look at it and say, okay, I think they'd probably be like a 11-6. While I agree with you that we can win possibly any of those games, but I'm still looking at it from a point of view of overall, I'm thinking we'd probably be 11-6. So what would be your prediction as far as that? Even if you don't want to do a game by game breakdown, what would be your prediction as far as overall?
Hey, man, if you can give me 11-6, I'll be. I mean, that makes me happy. That makes me think you can win the division there. So I'll take that. I'll just say 11-6 just to give you a record, because it's hard for me to look at a game and say we're going to lose that one, because if they actually lose it, I'll blame it on myself. Like, well, I was the one who predicted them to lose. So
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, just why I say if you just could give us an overall, what do you think? So.
He agrees with us, 11-6.
Yeah, I'll go 10-7, 11-6, saying that it's plausible.
Okay.
Again, if they lose to Green Bay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on her. Go ahead. My bad.
I think Glob had 10-7 too.
Oh, Glob Davina?
Yeah, Glob had 10-7.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
10-7, 11-6.
I'm gonna tell y'all why I did 12-5. Okay.
I saw your whole thing.
So yes, I was calculating last season wins, how many wins we lost by less than one score, and then how many ones we lost by less than 3 points, less than a field goal. Okay. And I calculate the team we had last year with the team we have this year. We have a team of players who don't like to lose, who don't think they're going to lose. I was just watching this video that was either today or yesterday. It was the St. Brown brothers, and they were doing, they always going at each other with their predictions and stuff like that. And ESB says the Bears are going to the Super Bowl, and fucking St. Brown like, dude, fuck out of here! You can't even say it with a straight face. And he was like, he looks at him and said, "We're going to the Super Bowl." He said, "What you gonna bet on it?" This man believes with everything in him that this is not the same team from last year. Justin Fields, he didn't short on the field, but he did say what? I don't like to lose. I'm sick of hearing we're almost there. I want to see it. He said before the season has started, they have shown me that they believe in me and that they want us to win. So when Justin goes out there, this is a guy that's not used to losing. I watched him in Ohio State in college. Mm-hmm. He's going to go out. He's going to get it everything he got. You talking about the running back room. You talking about Khalil Herbert. He don't even know if he's going to start. You talking about a guy, you got Foreman that came in to start. And you got this rookie that's eager to start. Our running back room is lit. Our wide receiver room is wide open. Our offensive line, if it stands up, okay, we don't know what our defense can do. But do we think our defense is going to give up 35 points a game like they did last year? I don't think so. Not with these guys, especially not the back end. I think we're going to have the top 5 back end in the league.
Covered sacks.
Now, as far as getting to the quarterback, I'm not going to say our sacks are going to be up there. But as far as interception, these boys come into play every game. Okay, so that's going to cause pressure. That's going to cause quarterbacks to hold the ball a little more. Mm-hmm. I think this Bears team is going to do what they couldn't do last year, and that's finish out games. And we're looking at a 12-5 record and a team that believes they could win the Super Bowl. And if they get in the playoffs, you best believe this is going to be a scary team.
I'm fucking sold. She got me. I'm believing.
I'm ready. I'm so ready for the season to start.
You bunch of homers. Listen.
I said I'd stand back to back in an alley with Shay at any time, even at night. She'll cover my ass.
You hear me? I got your 6, Foster.
Thank you.
Bang, bang. I'm just saying. You Dan, you said something that was actually awesome today. What you said is, like, who says we're going to lose to Kansas City in week 3? So I just want to, like, I'm not the homer, but you know what I mean? I'm going to be a little homer right now. I'm going to be a little homer right now and just say week number 3, if somehow we beat the Kansas City Chiefs, y'all, if somehow we beat the Chiefs, that's when the league is on notice. That is the day that the league is officially on notice. The Chicago Bears are a thing again. Mm-hmm. That's actually all it really takes.
Yep.
If they come out there and pump Patrick Mahomes and them boys,
they go 3-0 and beat KC. Yes.
I want to throw a sentence in because I always say this. So I think Kansas City is going to beat the Bears, but I shouldn't believe everything that I think because it's not always true. Because I'm thinking,
Buster, I'm trying to breathe hope right now. You're shitting on the hope.
No,
that's my job.
Matt, you're not hearing it. Wait, Matt, you're not hearing me. I'm backing you up. I'm backing you up. Just because I think we're going to lose to Kansas City doesn't mean I'm right.
Hey, a lot of our followers, a lot of our people on Twitter, they're going to that game. That's the game that. Because last year we did 2 away games. Most of the people did Atlanta and Dallas. The Kansas City game is the game this year everybody's talking about. It's going to be a lot down there for that game.
I have a feeling there would be nothing sweeter than that, really. That's a Super Bowl for us. Real talk. For real. That is the Super Bowl this year for us. Like,
we beating the Packers twice.
That's
smacking the Lions at least one time, that'll be good enough for me.
Okay, all right.
I don't care if we beat Kansas City, but beating the Packers, and I'm talking about manhandling. I want it to be ugly.
Please.
Conversely, if Jordan Love beats us opening day, then it sets a tone for another long season.
The hell, Dan? What the hell,
bro? Hold on a second. We do a little thing here, Dan. We have to remove you for certain shit. That was.
He came on the show. He blew smoke up our ass and then shat on our dreams.
No, I didn't say that he was going to win. I said, but if he does, that's going to be devastating for the Bears moving forward.
It'll be awful.
But if they could beat Green Bay, then that builds some momentum to go beat the bald fuck Matt Nagy in week 3. I hope.
This is what I'm saying,
if we
right?
Lose
like
Green Bay, I'm with you.
Vendetta.
If we lose to Jordan Love week 1, I mean Twitter, you talking about the Bears how we harassed all season. It's going to be mayhem. We're never hit the end of it until the next game we play Jordan Love. Like for real. Justin Fields is not, but he's not going to play with it. He's going to go in there. He's going to handle business. He didn't want to lose last year. I'm telling you, Jordan, we got with Justin Fields, we got exactly what we wanted as Bears fans. We've never had a player like that, let alone a quarterback.
Never.
We thought that was going to be Mitch, but Mitch never was the guy to be like, yes, was he a good leader? Yes. Was he a good guy? Yes. He had all the things we wanted, but he didn't have that thing to say, I don't like to lose. And we like our team is going to be the best team. Like I just didn't feel that certain thing when Mitch talked. Like Justin, like, you already know what type of player he is.
Justin has that confidence that.
Yes, when he was in high school, he went to compete for the state. He didn't go to make friends. He said, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win. And he beat out Trevor Lawrence. You always know in high school and college, they was number one, number two.
Mm-hmm.
But Justin Fields wanted to show he was number one. It didn't matter if people thought Trevor Lawrence was number one. Mm-hmm. That didn't come across his mind one time. Mm-hmm. Justin Fields, when he goes out on that field, he thinks he's the top guy on the field every time. That's what you want in your quarterback. That's what you want in your leader.
And he went to that QB camp with Trevor Lawrence in it and made him look silly.
It was like the 7-on-7. Yeah.
He like set a bunch of records. He had like a 70-something% completion percentage, and everyone else was like 50 or below or worse.
I think it was 78 percentage. And,
yeah. And Shay, where I live in Georgia, I could have gone to see him play in high school. My buddy kept saying, "You got to go see this. You know, he's like the second-rated quarterback, the first or second-rated quarterback going into college. He should be right by you." And I'm like, "Yeah, he'll never be a Bear. Why would I go do that?" You know.
Uh-huh.
I could have gone and seen Justin Fields play in high school.
The thing that got me was when I heard Peyton Manning speak about him, and it's like you hear a lot of quarterbacks talked about, and then you hear him come in his first year and have a bad year, and you hear a guy like Peyton say, "Look, Peyton, I always believe he wants to lead a team. Now I don't know if it's GM level or coaching level, but I think he's always wanted to lead the team. I think he wanted to come in and lead Justin Fields, and he saw opportunity. But Peyton said one thing that made me know Justin's going to be fan in the league. Dude is tough as nails, okay? Dude is tough as nails. With quarterbacks like him, the fastest way to see them out the league is see them point figures at the other guy. You see them not want to get up and suit up and play. You see them want to fake injuries. Whether they injured or not, they want to be out of games. This is a guy who's injured, who wants to play injured. Mm-hmm. You hear me? Mm-hmm. So he don't care what the losing record is. I'm injured. I want to play. I want to be out there with my guys. So certain people see it and certain people don't. Yes, you're not going to have all the tools, but Peyton was one of them guys. He wasn't trying to throw for 400 yards a game. He was a manageable quarterback. Manage the game. Sometimes it's about game management. And if a quarterback can do that, they could be successful in the NFL.
Be interesting to see if Peyton Manning does get into some kind of coaching role or head position in a team role, because historically you look at great players don't do well as coaches and general managers and stuff. I mean, I know there's been a couple of them, but historically they don't. Like John Elway hasn't really done shit with. Well, I guess he brought in Peyton Manning and they won a Super Bowl, but he's never been able to get that quarterback. And he's a Hall of Fame quarterback, and he can't get a quarterback on that team unless it's Peyton Manning. He can't draft one to save his life. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I was always one of them people who felt like, that wasn't a guy who did the big numbers, but he was a very consistent quarterback. He managed the pocket very well. I'm talking about a quarterback that literally don't need a coach or a playbook. He just come up to the pocket. He dissect the defense, and he changed the play or called the play accordingly.
Omaha.
He's the guy. If I had an organization, I was gonna bring a guy off the street to come teach my quarterback. it'd be Peyton. I'm not gonna lie, it'd be Peyton.
I would too.
No disrespect to Tom Brady. No disrespect to Tom Brady. Tom Brady, that dog. Tom Brady, that dog. But I don't know, he don't want to do that right now.
It's amazing how Tom Brady can just retire and he's got 18 jobs lined up. You know. I think you're muted, PJ, unless you want to be.
Yeah, I was trying to take care of some.
Oh, I thought you were talking to us.
No.
He's got that stuff going on.
What was that, man? What was that?
Nothing, dude. I was making some dumb comment like normal.
I don't know. I was just trying to make sure Papa Smurf wasn't talking back there.
Oh man.
It's funny you brought up Mitch there a little while ago, Shay. I watched a clip today, and apparently Ryan Pace didn't even call Mitch when they picked him. You know how you normally call, there's a phone call, Ryan Poles on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even call Mitch. So when Roger Goodell announced his name, everybody in the room was like, "Yo, who did the Bears trade up to draft?" Mitch didn't even know.
Swift said the Bears going 17-0. Damn.
17-0, Swifty. You're a brave man.
That's a homer
Brave
for
man.
real.
But
Man. That's a homer.
yeah,
right
that's real homer shit right there. But like, let's be real.
Last week, Cliff said in the chat, he said Shorty's going to keep calling 11-6 until they finally are 11-6, and he can say all along that he called it. Because I called 11-6 last year too. So
I hope that doesn't take another 17 years.
If you call 17-0, you just keep calling it. Eventually, if it happens.
Right.
You know the crazy thing about that though, on every week that the Bears play, I predict them to win that week. So while I'll say like 11-6 overall, but come season time, it's like, okay, first game, oh yeah, we're gonna beat the Green Bay Packers. Right. Then whenever we get to the Kansas City, the week of, I'm like, you know what, we can beat these guys. So yeah. I always convince myself we can win whatever game we're playing. Yeah. But like I was trying to tell Dan, the overall, I'm thinking, well, we'd probably be like 10-7, 11-6, something like that. But every week, I'm believing we're winning that game. So that's why I can never be a bettor. For those of you guys who bet, I can never bet because I would always bet on the Bears to win.
That's why I don't play fantasy football.
So I guess I'm a homer just like you, PJ. We're together still. Oh, well.
I'm a homer. You're a homer.
I worked in our league last year for Justin Fields. I put Justin Fields. I started with Lamar. I started the league with Lamar as my quarterback. I want to say like week 4 or 5, he was injured. And Justin Fields, that's when he went, woo!
I had the exact same setup. I had the exact same setup last year.
I was averaging like 30 to 40 fantasy points from Justin Fields per week for like 6 weeks straight. I was like, damn.
He kept breaking his own records.
Huh?
He kept breaking his own records.
Yeah, and it was like, it's weird. It's like I never put them in my lineups because I am a homer and they don't do well or play well when I use them. Mm-hmm. So I feel like I'm jinxing my team. You know what I mean? So I just leave them alone, let them be. But Justin performed last year. Like, people have no idea how awesome he played last year.
I mean, at one point he had broken an NFL record and like 2 Bears records at the same time, and then he came back and I think he broke both of those records again. He broke like 6 records or more last year. So I can't even imagine.
That's nothing. But they got his cleats for a Hall of Fame game. They got his cleats for that for his cleats is gonna be up there in Cleveland because I think he ran for over, was it 200 yards? He rushed for.
Yeah.
He had three passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdowns, and he ran for over 200 yards or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. It was a crazy stat, but yeah.
So I want to ask you guys a question.
Wait, screw you, Swifty. Sorry.
All right. What do you think, Justin? Out of these 2 things, which one do you think Justin Fields will achieve this year? 30 passing touchdowns or 3,500 yards.
30 passing touchdowns easily.
Say it again.
30 passing touchdowns easily. You know why I say that? First of all, our end zone, our red zone. Justin Fields didn't have a big issue in the red zone. The only time you saw his issues in the red zone was the Commanders game. Now, when the Bears get in the red zone, they was a dangerous team last year. Now we got 2 big tight ends, capable pass-catching tight ends. Then we have a running back that could catch it in the back. The rookie running back could catch it. You could use ESB, and you got a number 1 receiver. So I'm thinking you got Claypool, that's a big body. And for some reason, before we got Robert Tonyan, I thought he was going to use Claypool as like a tight end kind of.
He is that size, yeah.
Yeah, he played in Notre Dame, and he played a couple reps at tight end. A lot of people don't recognize that.
So he played some tight end in Canada too.
Yeah,
right? So he actually went
I was
to
thinking
DC.
that, but they didn't do that. But that's still a big body, right? That's still a big body end zone threat. So you think about that, and you think about Justin Fields, his feet is always going to be, now they're going to be looking for him to run. So that's always going to be a thing. Now, I think he's going to have so many red zone, like his touchdowns. I don't know if he'll throw for 3,500 yards. Everybody want him to throw for 4,000 yards to be that first quarterback. I don't care. I think he's going to score a lot of touchdowns.
You notice I went to 3,500 because 4,000 is we have. I don't think we've eclipsed 3,200, right?
Okay.
So 35 is a good baseline metric. It's actually the metric that I've used for years.
I'm giving Justin Fields 40 plus touchdowns this year. Why do I say that? Because
why do you say that? I'm just curious.
Okay, I'll tell you why. This is why I say
I love it.
This is why I say that. Justin Fields held on to the ball because he did not trust his wide receivers. He did not trust them to throw the ball over the middle. He has the number 1 over the middle wide receiver now that just came to his team. Yes. Everybody's looking at this young man as like, he's not even going to be the deep ball threat. He's going to be the guy that's going to go to the middle, and Justin's going to say, that's my guy right there. And he's going to let the ball go with no ease. See, everybody had a problem with that last year, but I didn't have a problem with that because Justin is more so about ball security than he cares about making a play. Everybody thinks he holds on to the ball because he wants to make the big play. That's not it. He doesn't trust his receivers on certain short intermediate routes if he feels like the defense is at a certain level. He actually reads defense better than people give him credit for.
A lot of it too is people thought he couldn't trust his offensive line, but you make a good point about it being the wide receivers he couldn't trust in certain situations.
It's actually
both.
It's a combination of both.
Nobody.
I'm a perfect example. Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet is the perfect example. You see how Cole Kmet was just throw him the ball to try to trust him. He used to do this thing where he used to bobble the ball a lot. But when Cole started making those catches, Justin he anticipated more with Cole. It wasn't even like he was thinking about it no more. He just trusted him.
He became somebody he was looking for.
This man's trust.
Yep.
He's not just going to let the ball go. He's not.
Yep.
He's not.
I just want to take a moment real quick and thank the people in the chat. I appreciate you guys' comments and the way you're interacting in the chat. So thank you guys in the chat. Cliff, shout out to you.
Cliff, shout out to you, man. Notorious B.I.G.
Jeremy
Leo
Tito,
Factor 1.
Leo
Doug Van
Factor,
Dorn,
Tito
Mr.
G,
Mayhem,
Jeremy
Marcus.
Munoz, Doug Van Dorn, Marcus Malterer,
Swifty and company.
Swifty, I
Big
mean, come
Mr.
on, Swifty,
Swift.
you're the man.
Swifty.
Leo Factor 1. It must be heard across the Marcellus Jordan.
I wish I had your ode to chat just ready to play. I'll have to do that.
Shay, yeah, man, it's just like I say, the evaluation is out, right? Like we have to wait and really see what the man will do. You know, I don't want to. There's that middle of the field game was such an issue last year, and those two factors that both you and Dan quickly brought up were truly what caused it. The wide receivers weren't getting the separation that they needed. If they were getting that separation, Justin might have hit them that much more frequently and tucked and run that much less. Guys like Cole, why Cole gets that many targets or got that many targets is because his separation is not the same as everybody else. It's literally just length and boxing out. It's basketball. Heck, I can trust that guy. So he's going to get those targets. Unfortunately, just like you said, Cole really wasn't holding on to the ball. Right, if he was holding on to the ball,
easily disturbed with the ball. He had to show a little toughness, tenacity to get the ball. Boom, I got it. Go uphill. You, as a tight end, you got to play like a running back. I'm gonna hit you. You're not gonna hit me.
It's body, right? It's you got a body. The
so you kind of think that change mid-season with Cole. Like you kind of seen that change. You kind of seen Justin kind of trust him a lot more. Justin was just lobbing it to him.
Actually, Komet had a worse season last year than he did the year before.
He started out slow. That's what I'm saying.
But a lot of drops. He did have more touchdowns, though. He did have more touchdowns last year.
Red zone.
I think the fact that with the receivers, I agree with you, Shay, on this part. I think with the receivers we have now, it'll open up things a lot more for other players, because I think when you have the deep threat in Scott as well as Mooney, you can have more underneath, as well as Velas and other people underneath, and they all have speed. I think the slowest receiver we have is 4.42 speed, I think. So I think it'll be a lot different this year for Justin. And to answer Matt's question, I think I'll go with more 3,500 yards as opposed to 30 touchdowns. I will go with 3,500 yards.
I'm gonna agree with you on that. 3,500 yards. I've been crying for 30 touchdowns for forever.
Yeah.
Maybe total touchdowns with rushing, but 3,500 yards passing would be the goal that I'd be looking for out of Justin this year, over the 30 touchdowns for sure.
They will I think they'll surpass
30 last year, right? He had 25
total.
With rushing. I think he had 17 passing.
So what he had, 17 and what?
17 passing, 8 rushing.
17 and 8, something like that?
Yeah. Should not have to run near as much this year.
Yeah, so
he better not run that much this year.
I hope not.
No, he better run that much this year. Y'all crazy.
No, we don't want him to run that much.
He's got a line. He's got great receivers. Go ahead.
Please do not put this man in no box. Do not put Justin in no box. This is what they didn't do the year before, what they should have tapped into. His dual threat ability. Now, remember, Justin did not get hurt. He did not get hurt on a run play. He got hurt in the pocket. He is special with the gift with his legs, and he know when to slide. Does he get hit late? Yes.
Only thing I got to say is this. If you run Justin like you did last year, he'll be running to the IR.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble.
You're asking for trouble.
I was just gonna say, like, how many running mobile quarterbacks make it to year 6?
How many times did Justin get hit on a run play last year?
Hold on, how many times how many mobile quarterbacks have you seen make it to their second contract and 2 seasons? 2 more seasons into their second contract. Cam Newton didn't do it. Who?
Jackson? Lamar Jackson?
So Lamar Jackson still has a year to go to get into his second contract.
Pat Mahomes,
and he gets hurt every week.
Patrick Mahomes is not a mobile quarterback.
No,
he's mobile, but he's not a running quarterback.
Hold on.
He's not fast at all.
Quarterback. Okay, I don't expect Justin to run for 1,300 yards. But I'm talking about a dual threat. Why would you take that away from him?
But did you just not say you want him to run more? Didn't you just say that?
The same.
He ran for 1,200 yards.
Listen. Remember, he didn't run for like 7 games last year.
But he ran for 1,200 yards.
But he still didn't run for like 6 of the first games. So imagine if he ran for another 1,000 yards and it was spread out through the season. I'm just thinking logically, right?
Okay.
So he didn't run for like the first 6 games of the year. So logically, we take 300 yards. We say he run for like 900 yards, 6 scores. That I would keep that because that is his. Now teams got to prepare for Justin. That's totally different. If I was one thing Glob said that made sense, Luke Gessie and play calling, he has to improve. If we go into this season knowing what Justin could do a threat, and we start the first 5 games not utilizing his legs, that would be a huge mistake.
I like what Doug Van Dorn has to say here. I want to see Rashawn Johnson, who has a good QB arm, take the handoff, fade back, and hit Justin 20 yards down the field and streak down for the touchdown. That would be awesome.
Too.
Chicago
yeah, that's like probably one trick play you run out the year.
David
like 4 or 5 times in a season.
David Montgomery could throw the ball. They didn't utilize his arm not one time.
You can set him up with that play, PJ. You can set him up with that play.
No, I know David's gone. What I'm saying is, before we traded David Montgomery, never forget, David Montgomery was a quarterback as well.
Yeah,
we didn't utilize him for one of those type of plays. And I was, as a fan, I was disheartened. Like, not one trick play to Justin Fields, and Justin Fields got burners.
Well, I mean, honestly, to go to what you're saying, Shorty, I think with the trick play, yeah, you can run a trick play once or twice in a year. I don't want to sit up there and get to the point where it's like a staple and then we turn into the Matt Nagy offense all over again where we always trying to do trick plays.
Santa's sleigh, baby. Here we go.
Man, I'm just saying, I just don't want to, I want to do all that. But yeah, 1 or 2, fine.
No N-word, PJ.
I'm not trying to depend on Justin Fields to run the ball that much. I mean, if you get 700-800 yards, I'm cool with that. But I don't want to have him get no 1,200 yards. I'd rather him throw the ball for 3,500 yards.
For sure. But
I'd rather you throw for 4,500 yards. But
here's what I would rather. I would rather that the offense is actually somewhat effectively distributed through all these new weapons, including Justin. I don't want Justin to run for 1,100 yards at all. I don't. I'd like to see him run for maybe 700. If he does better than that, that's great. But more importantly, I want to see those running backs take on much more of that responsibility. I want to see the actual wide receivers take on much more of that responsibility from a yardage perspective, because we can all sit here and say they didn't cut it last year. And hopefully 2 things will really there's 2 things I'm really looking for from Justin. First one is out of his control, and that is just that the offensive line can protect him better than they did last year. I think we're in a position where we all feel somewhat confident in that. The second thing is I need him to get a quick release. And
I got slayed for saying that last year. Just a little bit quicker.
I'm not surprised that you did. I'm at the same time, he didn't utilize any level of a quick release last year because it was oh shit, nobody's open. I got a bail. I gotta get out of here. And I can't blame him for that at all. But this time around, if the protection is there, hit that middle guy, get 7. Hit that middle guy, get 7.
So somebody just said, I hope N'Keal Harry is brought back. Who else wanted N'Keal Harry over? Because I heard that they re-signed what is his name?
Is he still on the roster?
Pettis.
Yeah, Pettis. I'd rather have N'Keal Harry over Pettis.
And I was very distraught because N'Keal Harry is one of the people that was hurt going into the season. And
Mhm.
when he got the ball thrown to him, he either caught it or nobody caught it. I liked it how he was as
Yes.
a receiver. Either
This
I'm
offense
gonna
takes time
ball
to
or
learn.
nobody catch it.
This offense takes time to learn. We saw that with Justin. It took a little while before, eventually they kind of changed up, made it a little bit easier by calling more running design plays for Justin. They go in and bring Claypool in the middle of the year. Everybody expects him to just start fucking off the bat like he's a Hall of Famer. No, for everybody, this offense takes a little bit to learn. They've said that multiple times. So,
Well, I think
N'Keal Harry himself is included in that.
I think with I agree with what Cliff said in the chat. Cliff said that if we can get Justin 3 seconds to pass the ball, we'd be all right. And I think with this improved offensive line, we should be able to do that. I'm not a big fan of N'Keal Harry. I think he did okay in New England. He didn't really do nothing for us. As far as Pettis, I don't see him being one of our top 7 wide receivers either. So both of them, I mean, yeah, nice guys, decent, but to contribute on this team, no.
I feel like N'Keal Harry, we can't talk about Chase Claypool and talk about N'Keal Harry and say, well, Chase Claypool didn't have an opportunity, but N'Keal Harry did. Like, no.
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying it. The offense.
No, but I'm saying the man was injured.
Right.
And then when he got the opportunity, he was like the fifth. And when he got the ball thrown at him, he didn't drop the ball.
But
like, I can't say that about Pettis. I can't say that about ESB. I can't say that about.
But the problem is, though, Shay, the problem is you have Claypool with a proven record in Pittsburgh that he actually has some production.
Absolutely.
N'Keal Harry has never had that proven record. So
Absolutely.
Even in the brief stints that he had getting the ball thrown to him here, he didn't really do much with it. I mean, he did okay, but he didn't do that much. Whereas Claypool, he didn't do a whole lot either, but he did a whole lot in Pittsburgh. So
I don't think I've seen either one of them on the Bears enough. And as far as if they're going to bring back players and give opportunities, still, I would have gave Harry an opportunity over. Now, people going to say not ESB because ESB made more plays. He also had more drops. He also cost us more games. Okay? I think N'Keal Harry deserves another look at as far as at least bringing him in for a workout, having him and giving him an opportunity because we didn't get to see him enough.
Is he unsigned?
Say he's not to call him trash.
Is he unsigned?
Well,
I believe he is.
I'm not sure if he's unsigned, guys, and that's what I was going to ask. I think we traded for him last year.
Well, he was in the last year of his contract.
No.
So we spent capital on him is really what I'm trying to ask?
Huh?
No, I think he had the 1 year, which was last year. It was nothing else guaranteed.
Right.
But did we spend?
Don't owe him anything. No.
Didn't we trade a seventh to New England for him?
On him?
You spent a seventh. We spent
a seventh
this
to
year.
New England for him.
We spent 24's seventh.
Seven.
Okay.
If we threw a 7th round pick at, like, if it was a higher pick, I would think we might really be considering bringing him back. Like,
Did he show him anything?
I can't.
Did he show him anything?
He was okay.
I mean, I think.
I don't
it's the best I can give the guy is okay.
I think it's a money issue. I mean, if he's asking for more than the minimum, I don't think the Bears are interested. I mean,
DJ, I wouldn't call it a money issue. What I would call it is a roster slot issue. Now we're talking potentially, we're talking about potentially the 7th or 8th wide receiver on this team, right? So
that's what I'm saying.
The other guys are locks. There's capital that has been spent on those guys, right? Moore's here, Claypool's here, Mooney's here, Scott's here, Velus Jones is here for sure. ESB is signed. He's here for sure. Pettis is signed. He's also here for sure.
No, he's not.
So
not
they
sure.
cut. Fair enough. If they cut Pettis, I'm just being real here. If they cut Pettis, it's a small amount of change to cut. It's not a big deal. But they'll do that just so that they can reach down to that 53. Anybody after that at wide receiver now is pretty questionable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so why would you bring him in if
Why
he's
would you keep N'Keal Harry? Because he's the number 2 wide receiver for blocking, for run blocking. Look it up.
okay. But what I'm
But
saying
so
is,
ESB though.
why would you bring
ESB's
him
proven that
in?
too.
Why would you bring him in if you got these other options and then trying to guarantee him some money if that's what he's
I
looking
no
for?
guarantees, competition. I think Brian
Okay.
Post is going to be all about competition.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so
Give
to
him
me,
another
if
opportunity.
he's
I think
not,
he beat out Pettis and ESB.
I don't think he beat out ESB. No, because ESB is a better blocker and he knows the system better.
He
That's
didn't
the
beat out
thing.
ESB
And
last
this
year is really what
This
we
Lou
can say.
Gessie system. That's the only thing that's going to help ESB because he knows the system. I don't think he's not. Go look on the record of N'Keal Harry, the season he played a full season. ESB is not a better blocker than N'Keal Harry. And they're number 1 and 2, and I believe ESB was number 2.
You don't have no stat to show that he's a better blocker or not. There's no stat to show that. But as far as knowing the system, ESB comes from the system. Harry doesn't. ESB stayed healthy all year. Harry didn't. So you're comparing.
For run blocking, you can look at yards per carry. As far as run blockers, you said there's no stat. They
to show he's a better blocker.
Listed at the number 2 run blocking wide receiver. Now I don't know where they're getting that data from, but that's what they had him listed as. So whoever
PJ, she's right. The top 2, like I'll back her up.
Exactly.
The
Whoever
top 2 were ESB and N'Keal Harry.
Actually compromised and said he's a better blocker. Now, last season, I don't think we saw enough to judge. Now, Ryan Post, they're gonna bring all the competition in. We're gonna see who's gonna get a slot. I don't think he's not gonna promise any of his guys anything. I think ESB got a better chance because he knows the system, and this is his second year playing with the Bears within that system, a full season. So I think he does have a better advantage, but I wouldn't mind getting N'Keal Harry another play.
I actually liked N'Keal Harry's play, although it was very limited last year. I wish we had the opportunity to see more from him. I wish he got the opportunity to do a little bit more himself.
Marcus said he had that nice catch over Jair Alexander. That was his first game back from injury.
Great play.
That was his first game back from injury.
And guess what happened? He went up, caught the ball, did not get touched, came down, was basically hurt, gave up on the play. The referee did him a favor and called him down when he wasn't even touched. He was hurt after making that fantastic play. He was done for, and he came out the game right after that. So the point being is we already got 6 wide receivers that I know is pretty much going to make the team. Bringing in the 7th, I don't think he's going to sign.
Who are your 6, PJ?
The 6 being DJ Moore, Mooney, Claypool, Valus Jones, the rookie Scott, and then ESB.
Okay.
And Pringle, who's also signed too.
Season with Mooney. Mooney is in.
Pringle is not here.
Mooney is not going to start the season.
Hold on. You saying Pringle is still here?
I'm pretty sure Pringle is signed. I'm like
Pringle,
95%.
I think Pringle's gone, man.
Pringle's gone.
Yeah.
Are
Pringle's
you sure?
Gone.
Yeah, they brought back Pettis, not Pringle.
Right.
My bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction there, Pettis.
They brought back
So,
Pettis.
so right now, I think we have 7 wide receivers.
We have 7. Well, we have more than that, but those are the top 7. And
Okay.
I don't think with the contract that Pettis got, if we get rid of him, it ain't gonna really count.
It's not a big deal. It's not.
I think Pettis
How many wide receivers are we going to keep? 6
I
or
think they
7?
brought back Pettis because he knows the system. He was here last year, and it's better to bring back somebody who's already familiar within the system. Again, it's not one of the top guys. He's not going to.
Pettis was an insurance policy.
Yes,
And then
Pettis
when we
was
drafted Scott, now Pettis can go.
And so was ESB. ESB, there's no way they was going to let him walk. Not with his run block, not with him knowing this system. It doesn't matter. That's one of the people that a lot of people kind of felt the biasness with, he could drop a ball, but Velus Jones Jr. can't drop a ball, right?
They haven't re-signed N'Keal Harry yet, so.
Oh, yeah, ESB dropped some balls last year, boy.
Oh, come on now. Hold on. I'm not an ESB fan.
No.
By no
He
stretch of
dropped
the
some
imagination.
important balls last year.
He was also the only guy who was able to catch any. Like, that's the only thing I can give ESB. He was on the field and he was able to catch.
I love.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's all he did last year. I have no love for the guy. He's a former Green Bay Packer.
Right.
From
I
what I
love
saw
ESB,
last year,
man.
from what I saw last year, he played hard. He deserves to be on this team. He knows the offense, and he
dropped some important catches.
He dropped footballs because he was available. He was on the field and open enough to be targeted. Your boy N'Keal Harry wasn't on the field. Where was he?
Let me tell you something. Claypool
Where
got
was Byron
every
Pringle?
pass. Claypool got
Byron
Pringle
Pringle was also hurt too.
Hold on, guys.
EQ's a great blocker, and I'm glad we had him.
Drop balls. We ain't availability.
I think you're thinking of Dante Pettis. He's the one that dropped the most balls last year.
I think it was probably Pettis. Like ESB was actually
Pettis.
low key.
EQ had some too, and he also was bad on breaking for the ball, guys. I like EQ, but go back and look at all the passes that he made the break on late. That's why I had a guy I wanted to draft to pick up a UDFA who's better on the break. He's as good a blocker. Jaden Hazelwood. That was my guy to become the next EQ, but he's quicker on the break and he'll catch more balls. I love EQ, man. If we didn't have him last year, could you imagine what the season without him last year?
Yeah, I bet we would have been the worst team in the league.
For sure.
It could have been even worse, man. Like
we wouldn't have needed Lovey's help if we did. Honestly, if we didn't have ESB last year, I have to say it. He was kind of low key clutch. Like I can't knock
my thing is, what is he gonna do this year? Is he gonna improve? Low key clutch. He's gonna clutch. No, you can't call him clutch because we didn't win games because of him.
Ain't nobody else was catching footballs on the team.
Ain't he won.
Not
our receiving core sucked last year.
You gotta follow me now.
Mooney, they all sucked.
Yeah.
You gotta follow me here. Mooney
I'm
wasn't.
not calling him clutch. I'm not doing that. And I'm following bro on Twitter.
Mooney
I like
got
bro.
Hurt.
I'm not calling him clutch.
You don't. I will. Mooney got hurt. Claypool got hurt. Neither one of them put up any kind of respectable numbers. Like who's left to talk about? Really? Like Velus Jones was dropping kickoffs, let alone passes. You know what I'm saying? Like we can go all the way down the line here.
Cole Kmet, that was the answer last year.
Cole Kmet, fair. That's a good point.
For real. That was Justin go-to guy last year.
We have a new guest to the show, J2K. You just hopped in on a heated wide receiver.
Yeah, you guys are going off. I love it.
J2K, back me on this one, bro.
Fuck you,
You tell me, J2K.
Hey, that's you, Walter. What's up, you guys?
J2K.
Matt and PJ.
Let's hear it.
Who's the new person? Jay?
I'm Shay. I'm Queen of the North. Check out my new
nice
channel. I'm starting it this season. A
lot of people wearing green right now.
Kind of talk me into it. You know, Swift Sports. I kind of got a little how do I want to say it? Like I was inspired by Swift doing his thing last year. I loved it. I loved how he talks about every player on the Bears from the third string to the first string, from the first guy to the next guy, you know, all the talent. I like that.
Yep.
I like people to be diverse. I like fans to talk their feelings. I like no holds bar opinions. That's the type of
but you can't wear no green next time you're on the show.
Hey, she's a vet, man. She can wear green.
Man, this is my army green. I'm representing.
Yeah, there you go. Represent.
J2K, real quick. What happened was, I don't remember exactly what happened, but somehow I ran across her and started reading her stuff, and I'm like, I like what this lady's saying. She's got the shit. So then we kind of, I sent her that thing of when I was fucking with Cliff about his meatloaf. And she put that out there, and I was freaking out because I got like 2,000 views overnight. I don't do that shit. I don't even know what I'm doing. But we've been talking now since we befriended each other, and I was just like, man, you got to come on our show and say this shit on the air.
Yeah,
I posted her.
I'm Foster and Glob's friend on Twitter, so we talk a lot of shit on Twitter. And he asked me like a month ago to come out And I couldn't do it till next week, but since Bob was gonna be on here today, I thought let's both do it. Why not?
But you are one of the most passionate Bears fans I've ever met, Shay. It's a pleasure having you on the show, man.
Man, I get it from my grandma, man. She's
Open invitation, Shay. Open invitation. You want to come on and bitch? You can have my slot because you're awesome.
I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate
Absolutely,
it.
man. I can't wait till you get your own show going. Hearing you go on some rants is gonna be fun.
Man, every
It's
week
gonna be great,
I'm
man.
gonna stay consistent. That's one thing I'm gonna do is stay
Any help that you need with that, let me know. I'll be happy to help you with it.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me
He
too.
feels about N'Keal
man,
Harry like I feel about Chase Young.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Huh?
Don't get him started on Chase
Oh,
Young.
God, don't get Chase Young or PJ started on Chase Young. He's trying to get himself started on it.
Who's not feeling it? Who's not feeling it?
Go ahead, Shay.
I'm not really feeling it, but
What? Okay, so this is what I feel. This is what I feel.
Now
Okay.
what?
Go get Justin's man. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
she's in
one
your corner,
thing
PJ.
one thing that Philly understands, I get this to the Philadelphia Eagles. They understand that players that play together, they have a chemistry, G. I don't care. Like just a player plays different for the guys. Like, for example, right? Something Darnell Wright said before the season started struck me. He said, motherfucker hit Justin, they gonna have a problem with me. Okay. That's what I want to hear. Like, Justin ain't got none of his guys around him. If you hear his guys talk, you heard the wide receiver coming out of Ohio State. Like, what? The quarterback, like, what? He ain't no running back. He a quarterback, dude. A monster. Stop playing with my dude. Like, he need his guys, like, who gonna go to bat for him every day. Good game, bad game, indifferent. Look, we losing this game. We getting our ass blown out by 3 touchdowns. Now we in halftime. Y'all finna give up on me, or we finna go out and win this game. That's what Justin needs. I think Chase Young is that dude. That dude to bring in on defense and say, look, Justin, my guy. In every game, this defense is gonna bring that shit. I think Chase that dude. I ain't gonna lie.
I agree.
Hey, PJ, did you record that so you don't even have to talk anymore? Or you just play that tape when people talk about Chase Young, dude?
Chase Young,
I know it's the injuries. I know the injuries. I know. But go get Justin his guy, man. On defense.
I won't argue with you on that at all.
He's sold. Okay, I'm sold. Between the panel you've sold me, because if we do put Chase Young on this defensive line it just seems like that's a missing piece. Somebody who has his skill set.
Who would he line up for? Johnson? Who would be removed?
Well, doesn't he primarily play the right side? So Travis Gibson.
Yeah.
He plays both. He plays both.
Yeah.
It's either one of them guys. Like at the end of the day, I'm not stressing this particular issue too much. I know something's going to be done. I feel like 2 things will be done. I think he's going to get a vet and a young guy, and that's what it's probably going to look like. And I don't really care who they are. Like, I don't even know what else to say. I don't. Frank Clark, great. Yannick Ngakoue, great. Chase Young, awesome. Quinnen Williams would be great too, although he's more DT. You know what I mean? But still, it's gonna look something like that. I can't. I just need somebody to hit a quarterback this year.
I think it's got to be the right guy. This is why I say that. This is why I say it got to be the right guy, because what they feel they have now. If anybody on Twitter follows me, they know I had 2 picks that the Bears picked. I didn't even have our offensive lineman nowhere in sight. Darnell Wright came out of the blue. I didn't have him. But Javon Dexter and
Zach Pickens?
Zach Pickens.
So Zach Pickens, I had him for his strength, right? So
he's the only one I had.
If you put these 2 guys in the middle, you ain't running the ball on them. The only thing we need is an edge rush. That's all we need is an edge rush.
You're putting a lot of faith in two rookies.
It's not no lot of faith.
Exactly right.
That's my
agree, but
own,
I disagree, Shay,
problem
because
with what you're saying. That's it. Like I want to believe in both of the rookies, but the rookie.
we could do something nobody's talking about that we couldn't do last year. You ever take an aluminum can and you put pressure on it? So we're not going to get full pressure. Okay, you're going to disagree with this. You're going to tell me that we can't get pop in the middle of the line now because we couldn't do it last year. If we could crease the center and push the center and maybe a guard back a little bit, it's going to change our whole defense because these guys got to go outside to the ends. That'll be waiting for them.
Right.
It's not just at the ends.
Now we have the players to do it. Last year we couldn't do it.
We can blitz.
We proved it.
We can blitz corners too now with the two young corners, which is an interesting thing. So again, I'm hoping what you're saying is what happened, Shay. Right? I'm hoping what you're saying.
The linebackers. Listen. These linebackers not going to be standing still.
Right.
The linebackers in the corners are also going to rush the quarterback.
Our linebacking core is so drastically different now. It's going to make that everything better.
Our defense is set
to
blitz off the corner, a corner blitz, a linebacker blitz is not just meant for the defensive line to just get pressure. Okay, so as long as we can cloud the middle and stop the run, a defender, whether I'm with you, whether it's a veteran or a young guy, that's all we need. But I still think it has to be the right people.
We need both.
Good character. It has to hit all the principles that the Bears are trying to find.
Here's why I disagree with that part, though. I don't think it has to be the right guy. I think we've got our right guys for the season. I think the two edge rushers can be journeymen. If we can get ourselves, the only reason I'm saying this is, again, we have 2 first-rounders next year.
Yes.
So we just, you know what I mean? We need to have enough pressure on the quarterback this year. We can let those guys go next year and draft some real power next year, right? Like, it doesn't have to be the perfect, end-all be-all pick. Again, I think if we're asking, if the question is who is like the perfect end-all be-all pick for us to score right now at that defensive end position, it probably is Chase Young. I think we've already identified that, right? Like, I think he's probably the best. He's the right age. He has chemistry with the QB already. They've done stuff together. There's a relationship there. He's probably the best guy to get. But are they going to be willing to trade him? Do we really want to let go of the type of capital that it would cost? I don't know where we are with that.
Young and Leonard Floyd.
We're going to have lots of options.
I'll take
guys.
Frank Clark and Yannick Ngakoue, just to throw it out there. I would take those 2 guys just the same way. Why? Because I know that I can likely get out of those contracts next year, and I can also draft a young stud next year too.
So, Matt, would you trade for Carl Lawson?
Sure.
4th rounder?
No. Oh, sorry. Timeout. Trade for? Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
No, I don't. Personally,
I'm hoping he gets released because they're going to have a salary cap problem, and it'll save the Jets $15 million. That's going to be probably the easiest, cheapest guy to get if he's released.
I thought he restructured already.
Did he? I missed it.
Like a couple days ago.
Damn it.
I don't think so.
It for 3 days.
A couple of those reports, the people who's on the reports, T. Higgins, Chase Young, a lot of the teams talking about restructuring and signing those guys. I don't think those guys are going nowhere.
I think what Hart Foundation is correct. Well, I don't know if it's correct, but I'm not a fan of Clowney, so I wouldn't take Clowney. He's too up and down for me.
Oh, somebody was talking about you, Dominican Sue. I was so pissed. Please,
you know what? I actually would love, and there's a reason why. And let me give you my reason why. Straight up, I'm from Jamaica. Fuck, that's why. All right. So that being said,
Canadian Jamaica.
I'm from Jamaica. I would love to have my. There's tons of Canadian Jamaicans. You'd be so surprised. That being said, I wouldn't mind having that guy on my defensive line outside of the Jamaica part, mainly because he's a holy terror who hurts people purposefully. And I'd rather that person not be Justin Fields. That's all. That's all. You saw when he tried to tackle him last year. You saw that tackle.
Yes, the late hit. Yes, this why I say
the extra hit, the extra on top
hit,
of the lateness,
extra hit, and
the
he looked
extra.
he looked at the ref like, what?
Hey, what about?
Oh, you've been doing that your whole career. He's been doing
yes,
that
he
his whole
has.
career. He ain't changed. I'll tell you that.
I would love it. I would love it. I would love it personally if he was doing that to the Detroit Lions. That's like the most full circle situation in football ever. I'm just saying, like that's a 360 degree.
I'm gonna say this personally. I hate dirty players like that, and especially with football. I don't care what team, even my enemy team. I never want to see a player injured in football again after what happened to
what position?
The guy
I know who you're talking about.
I just Johnny Knox
last year.
After Johnny Knox, after that Johnny Knox injury, I just think all football players should tackle each other and hit each other a certain way where they're not trying to hurt each other, because there's really I just do not like the dirty plays. I think there's no need in football for it, and I believe they made football too freaking soft now because the people are dirty players, man.
That's what I always liked about Brian Urlacher. He always seemed to take the high road on his tackles. He never looked like he was trying to.
He changed his how he tackled later in his career. He used to hit like with the chest, and then he became a wrap-up tackler. Didn't take on contact.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to learn, and you got to be a good person, a good-hearted person. You won't want nobody to hurt you, especially attention.
Well, unless we're talking about a Green Bay quarterback, then I don't care if you try to hurt him.
I don't see nobody hurt intentionally. Like hurt on a play, but not
intentionally.
Dirty play, like 10 seconds late, you just
try to take him out at his knees on purpose.
All I'm saying about Ndamukong Suh is that, like, if he was a Bear by proxy, those dirty plays wouldn't be happening to us. They'd be happening to other people. And as such, we would be protecting Justin Fields. It would be like a Justin Fields protect. I can't tell you
Dennis Rodman.
I'm just playing around, though. You know what I mean? Like, the odds of us getting Ndamukong Suh is super slim. He's an
older cat. I don't think he's on. I wish a lot of.
He was in a Super Bowl 2 years ago. Right?
I wish some of these older cats were on Ryan Pose's radar, but I think he's really looking young. I think he's staying close to what he said he's going to do. And I think when he does step outside of that comfort zone, we will know it. We don't know if it's going to be like Ryan or a center or an edge rusher, but we will understand, okay, now he stepped outside of that because this dude is nasty, right? Or this dude, we need this guy to solidify the rest of our team. But I don't think he's going to step outside of that unless it's that guy. You know what I mean?
I think if he's going to do that, it'll be for the defensive line, because I think the defensive line could use a veteran presence. They have Walker from the Titans, who is like an ascending veteran presence.
I think he's an enigma.
He's still young. Jones is the old man.
I think Walker's the enigma for me, because I think with Walker, like I was saying before, he played in the 3-4 system, defensive end. However, he basically played a 3 technique for Tennessee, rushing with somebody on the outside of him. So that would be our 3 technique here. So we got Jervon, we got Zach, we have Justin Jones, we have Billups, we have Travis, we have all these guys already playing defensive tackle. And if Walker's going to fit in there too, that's a very crowded defensive tackle room.
Now, don't forget about Billings.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Billings.
Yeah,
Billings going to be on rundown. I don't think
have all these guys who can play defensive tackle, and I don't see Walker as being that guy to rush from that edge. I see him rushing more from the 3 technique.
Yeah.
So with all these other guys, it's a crowded room. I'm disappointed in the fact that when we even did the draft, him drafting Pickens in the 3rd, I thought he should have went after a defensive end, because at that time our room was already crowded at defensive tackle spots.
So
Then
that's the
he
one time
tripled down on it and went and got Travis Bell.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. As far as not that this overcrowded as far as defensive tackle. As far as Walker, I think they brought him in to play him on the edge. I really think they did, and I think he feels as though he's going to be that guy. Now, I feel they need someone opposite him. If is Gibson going to be that guy, I don't know. But if they want to bring somebody in like a Chase Young or a veteran, I wouldn't mind. But I think Walker, I think they brought him in for the edge, even though if you look at him and Gibson, they're about the same size. You know, these are not big men that just they don't. When you see Chase Young, like when you see him, that's the big man. He stands out, right? Walker or Gibson is not that huge of a specimen. But
Walker is what, 6'4", 280?
Yeah, Gibson is 6'4", 263.
Yeah.
And those are right around Chase Young's numbers.
How big is Chase Young?
He's 6'5", 270 something, I thought.
Okay. So he got about 3 inches and like 20 pounds on him. Okay.
3 inches. 1 inch.
When you look at him, right? I'm talking about the look. When you look at a big ass man, right? Just about a look.
We don't look at a big we don't look at a big man like you.
You gotta talk to PJ about that.
Only Shorty does.
Body type. Travis Gibson and Walker is pretty much the same. So if I would see them using Walker as the opposite of Gibson on the opposite side as a rusher. Now, how successful will he be? I don't know. I'm not going to prejudge him and say he's going to be horrible or this and that. I think we need more competition on the edge. I think we do need to bring someone else in on the edge.
I don't think Walker makes it to. I don't think Walker makes it past camp. Like that's me. Like just considering some of the stuff we were talking about before.
You don't think
Walker, talk about Houston and Clowney in the chat.
They signed him to a 3-year contract, kids.
Is it really as much as a 3-year?
It's a 3-year contract.
He's going to play the edge.
He's going to be on the team.
He's going to pay the 3-tech, y'all. They didn't bring.
Well, I disagree. I think Walker's a perfect inside-outside guy, and I think that what we did in free agency is almost what we did exactly in the draft. Is we went out and got a 1-tech, a 3-tech, who actually can play edge, and then we went and drafted a 1-tech and a 3-tech, but in the draft we got more pass rush capabilities. Billings is a good 1-tech, but he's run downs. Walker's probably, my guess, he's on passing down, he's a 3-tech, but on running downs, he's an edge.
I think Billings coming in on running down.
Oh yeah, Billings he's gonna play
Billings
the 1-tech on running downs. And what
Billings gonna stuff the middle
is that we've got 2 vets who can play inside until the rookies can grow a little bit as the season goes on, rotate, and then Walker can play more of that edge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the amazing thing that Ryan Post did in this draft. Let's give him credit for that. On the offensive line and the defensive line, he drafted players that could play multiple positions. This is what you need in case of injury. This is what you need to solidify a football team. You need a player that's going to be able to play multiple positions. And I believe he did that in each player he drafted, including with the number 10 pick. Our number 10 pick, yes, he was ranked as one of the top linemen, but he was also ranked like they do their due diligence in the combine, and they make sure they rank them out of each category. And he was ranked in the top 5 if he was drafted as a center. So you just got to think about that for a second. You got players for positions you can move around. Like people don't know if Ted Jenkins gonna start at right tackle or right guard. Is he gonna be tackle or guard? Like it doesn't matter. If he's comfortable enough to go out there and believe he's gonna have a starting job on the offensive line and he believes he's going to go out there and do it, there's nothing to stop him. There's no titles. There's no solid positions. Any and everybody, I believe, could be moved around. I really honestly believe that.
Hey, Shorty, Dan's is back in the back room.
Oh, is he? He's back. Oh, there we go. Let's bring Dan back on.
Just checked in.
Me saying real quick.
Dan McGuire.
Sorry, Dan.
I had to talk to Ron because, again, Ron's hooking us up with tickets. And I liked him. Like, he wanted to talk to me, though, but he's going to hook Aldo and I up for tickets for that Raiders game. And off air, I still hope to go to a game with you. So we need to talk about that. But if not, I get it. But yeah, but he's going to hook us up with tickets. So that's the main conversation I had to have with him.
Is the Raiders game in Chicago or is it in Vegas?
It's in Chicago on October 22nd.
Oh, okay.
I'm still trying to work that out with Chris Watts. He said that he wanted to preferably go to a Packers game, which would be the first game of the season.
You can't beat that.
And I know you didn't want to go to that game. Yeah, so
I tried, man. There are tickets in the third level that are going for like $850.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I can get those tickets from my buddy just because he can make so much money on them.
I like my 55-inch
Denver.
big screen and a cold beer and a nice lazy chair for that game. It's cheaper. It's cheaper.
Yeah,
you probably buy all three of those items for the $850 ticket price.
Right, that's a pair of tickets at $100. That's some nice level. Nah, I'm not doing that. It's gonna be 2 more away games this season. I'm not doing that.
The amount of money he can get for that opening game for the Packers, I probably can't. He probably would just rather sell those. So I'll have to. I'm still looking into it. I meant to call him this past weekend, but it was Mother's Day weekend, and I'm in Illinois visiting my family, so it's kind of been like last thing I'm on my mind at the moment. But
Yeah,
I will definitely get back to you on that soon.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go to the New Year's Eve game or the Christmas Eve game. And so if you take out the Green Bay game too, then you're limiting. There's only a couple others to even go to, you know?
Mm-hmm. We were talking earlier about they're talking about Bears games or Bears fans traveling to the KC game. It kind of had me thinking like maybe I should go to that, you know?
City in New Orleans. That's the games this year.
Yeah.
I got a little tidbit about those late games. December 26, 1995, my mustache froze and broke off.
Was that the Eagles game?
That was the last game that Kramer played for the Lions against the Bears before he came to Chicago.
Oh, okay.
It was like 40 below. I had a jumpsuit on. My beer froze. My mustache froze. Even my Jack Daniels started to freeze. It was so freaking cold. I'm never going to a Bears game again in December or January ever. Never.
Me the Foster.
I just had to tell you.
The military give you tickets. I ain't going.
I went to the Vikings game in
She
January.
can go for free and she ain't going.
I went to the Bears-Vikings game in January, and I was fine. I mean, it wasn't exactly warm, but it wasn't like, frigid either.
We went to this one Bears game. It was so cold. You know how y'all are good as long as his body's around, right?
Was it a night game?
It's halftime. It was like a December game. And it was halftime, and people went to get shit. And you just feel like the lakefront, just like, oh my God. It was like a whole different atmosphere the rest of the game. It's ready to go. So
was it a day game or a night game?
It was a night game. It was definitely a night game.
You get your chilling into your bones by halftime, and I'm screwed. I got to leave.
Yeah.
Because I cannot get warm again.
I think the coldest I've been at a game was the Monday night game in 21 when we were in Pittsburgh and got cheated that night when they threw that bullshit penalty. I was at that game and I was freezing in the second half because I wore shorts and shit and short sleeve. Yeah, the karate kick game. I was at that game.
Awful. My coldest is a -9 game. It was a night game. It might have been that same game as you, Shay. I want to say it was the Niners, but I don't think it was. But that was fucking cold, man. But it was a win, so it was fun.
I don't go to the Bears games in November or December.
Oh, the cold games are the fun
It's my birthday month, so I always go before my birthday. It has to be like it's usually September. September, that's my wife's birthday, so we used to go for a Bears game around there. So we went to Dallas And then we went to Atlanta, ATL for my birthday. That was November.
Dan was at that game.
That was November 20th game. That was on my birthday.
This
I was in Justice Field, hometown.
this past season,
Yes,
I was there with you.
I was there November the 20th. That was my birthday. We was there, and then we went to take pictures at Justin Fields.
Where'd you sit?
100 up, right where they come out the tunnels.
Okay.
Right where they come out the tunnels. I got pictures and everything.
Komet had a great catch that day.
We were trying to get Justin to sign our stuff, right? And he's like, "No, it has to be my stuff." I'm like, "Damn it!" So I got his card for him to sign this season. I'm like, "I got your shit, Justin. Sign this." He wouldn't sign unless it had his name on it.
That was also the game, Dan, that Fields had that beautiful pass down the sideline to Montgomery.
Montgomery, David, yes. That was also the late hit that he got injured.
Yeah.
And that's also the game where
game.
that's also the game where he's on the sideline dying and getting a massage, and the first play back they call a fucking quarterback draw like to the left. It's like the guy can't stand. Like, can you just hand the ball off to 32 instead?
You know what?
Y'all hear that? Washington declined the 5th-year option on Chase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Is that breaking news?
No.
Breaking news for Buster.
You know what I wanted to reply to you, Dan McGuire, and I want to ask each one of you guys, because that Pittsburgh game, when we were down and they showed Justin Fields sitting there going, "Yup," and he got on the field and brought us all the way down for a touchdown. That drive convinced me completely that he is the future man in Chicago, period. That
You
one
know what
drive.
pissed me off?
Because he went, "Yup, we're going to do this," and he did.
The refs was so butthurt, and you watch every time we play Pittsburgh. It's like that. It's a knockout, drag-out, physical game, late hits, all that stuff. But
So
what I didn't like was they waited after we got possession of the ball to call an unsportsmanlike conduct on somebody who was talking crap to somebody else's sideline. He didn't go to the sideline. He didn't make physical contact with a player. How is that? How do we even?
Rodgers taunts the whole stands, and they don't call flags and throw flags. Oh, I own you.
But it was a dead ball. It was a dead ball. It shouldn't have changed.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
He didn't
Rodgers
say
can
anything.
taunt
He
the
didn't
whole
say a word.
stadium, and they don't throw a flag on him.
Exactly.
Yep.
And
So-
at that
We
point,
should have won that game.
we should have
So
won.
not only should we have won that game, but a couple of plays earlier on the other side,
Pittsburgh fans knew we should have
TJ
won.
Watt gets a sack, runs over to the sidelines, and basically flips the bird to the entire sideline of our team. Right? Like this happens just before that. But things to note, if you watch Matt Nagy in this game, all right, in
That's
that
what
Pittsburgh
bothers
game.
me.
All right. So, well, hold on. If you watch Matt Nagy in this Pittsburgh game, Matt Nagy, for the first time and probably the only time that I've ever seen him,
Got mad.
was visibly pissed off for basically the entire game. And if you watch him, he spends a lot of time yelling at them referees because there was some real questionable shit going on. I have to give Matt Nagy in this scenario a little bit of respect. But now you've gone pissed off the refs, bro, and the kid has driven the ball all the way back to the other side of the field in a potential situation where we can win, and you probably cost us the game. Right?
No, that was after the fact.
I'm just-
The refs cost us the game. Matt didn't cost us the game. That was
I'm
after the
saying
fact.
that the
We had
refs
the game
did-
won. We had the game won, and we stopped.
But
them
Nagy
for a
was
fourth
talking
down.
to.
We had stopped them for a fourth down, and they called that unsportsmanlike conduct after the play was dead.
And turn it back.
should have been on a kickoff. This is what I'm saying.
Well, guys, that got to bounce. I'm so sorry. Dan, I'll come back on you with you next week if you'll have me. I'm sorry for it to be abbreviated. You know, you're my guy. I'm sorry. It's nice to meet everybody else. I'll be back next Thursday if you want me, man. I'm sorry that it was so hit and miss today.
Thanks
No
for
worries,
coming
my
on,
friend.
Dan.
It's great to have you on, buddy. You're welcome on next week if you like. Come on, man. We'll have you back.
All right, good. Keep in touch.
All right, buddy. Have a good
Give
night.
Aldo our
We'll be
respect
watching
and
you,
love, man.
Dan.
Our best.
Prayers up.
Thank all of you, and I will. Thank you all. Be well.
Be well.
Peace.
Yeah, he's got a radio voice. That's a great voice.
He does. He's definitely.
He
done
comes
this
in as like,
before.
whoa. But that's a good point that you're making there, Shay, is that it should have been on the kickoff, right?
Where the penalty was, she's right. It should have been on the kickoff.
Yeah.
But realistically, what penalty?
And then we watched another game the next week, and they did it exactly correct. And I was like,
you know what pisses me off? I'm gonna talk about this till the day I die. I'll bring it up again because you haven't heard this, Shay. In the playoff game, the Nagy playoff game against the Eagles, it was the first quarter, and the Bears, it was 3rd and 9, and the Bears were on about their 20-yard line. They were going right to left, and it was a screen pass to – sorry, the Eagles had the ball. It was 3rd and 9, and it was a screen pass to the running back, and Deion Bush came up and slammed him like a fucking brick wall on right before the line of scrimmage, and it was he definitely stopped the play. So, but then they called it a first down. And if you look at the play on replay over and over and over again, he was clearly hit like a good 6 inches before the line of scrimmage. Not only did they end up calling it a first down, without Nagy having them. No, he actually did have them. They did do a chain, and they ended up saying that he was like short by like this much. But then when the refs took the ball, so if here was from your view, if here was the first down, right? So they only got to here. Here's the first down. The refs put the ball over here, like another. They gave him like another 1.5 yards. So they measured it. They still gave him the first down when he was clearly he definitely did not get the first down. And then they put the ball an extra 2 fucking yards ahead of where the ball was actually supposed to be. They gave an extra 2 yards in a playoff game. And it drove me fucking crazy for the entire rest of the game. And I'm like, did anybody else see this?
So
this is a game of inches. And you just gave them 2 yards.
It was a half yard short, easy or more.
There was 2 instances in games where I saw the refs make bad calls in the NFL and in the NBA. And both of those instances, either you saw a review from the NFL, like a letter to the team, or you saw a ref get laid off. You're out of here. Mm-hmm. And I've been saying this a long time. If y'all are paying attention to the game, right, we understand that, players need to control their emotions. Mm-hmm. But the referee should not have a fucking piss in this fight. They should not be more emotional than the coach. They should not be more emotional, more butthurt about a player emotion. Like, you should understand this is football. Like, you should understand these are emotions. Like, I don't understand it. Like, it's sometimes I don't like to think like there's a conspiracy, but sometimes it almost feels like there is. Especially when they can't even give Justin Fields his comeback game, Bears, right? You see it when it's not just the Bears, right? You see it during a regular football game. You watching Monday Night Football, right? Mm-hmm. And the whole country is watching. The playoff game against the Saints. Yeah.
You got to stop thinking like a criminal there, Shorty.
But I mean, it's like every time Justin it happened so many times last year and the year before. He's driving the ball down the field, and he's about to get his first big comeback win, and then it's denied because the Pittsburgh game, he does a roundhouse kick. Perfect example. They didn't want us to win this game. What was it? What was the rookie name? This is his first game. What's his name? The linebacker.
Who's Sanborn?
Sanborn.
Yeah.
The interception.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There
was no flag on that play. Like, there was no elite. Like, he was playing too good. They couldn't. They like, what is going on? The Bears can't. No, he can't do that. That's how I felt in that moment. Cheers to the homers. Cheers to the homers.
You bunch of homers. I just let you guys go. You know what though? Like, in many of these situations, I feel exactly the same, and I have to stop and go, you know what? Let me talk to a fan from another team. And what's hilarious is, like, Cowboys fans swear up and down the league is against them. They get all the wrong calls, and then they will list the calls to you, and you kind of be like, yeah, maybe the league's against y'all too. So I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. But what I will say is this: what I do know is they do very little to actually change the rules in a manner that would be a bit more
I agree
effective.
with the Cowboys fans because that was one of the games I went to last year, and I think that was one of the worst call games last year.
Mm-hmm.
That Cowboys game.
Actually, the Cowboys game, that's funny you say that because I went back to a Cowboys fan right after that game, and they were like, "Yo, this game was dirty," and I was like, "You know what?
Calls. We were talking about.
I have no problems. I have no problems when the referees call shitty plays, you know what I mean? Make shitty calls against the Cowboys, and it benefits the Bears. I can't complain today.
Right.
But did y'all see that Pittsburgh game though? Did you see the Pittsburgh game? Exactly. I had to throw it back to the Pittsburgh game, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I saw the karate kick, man." I don't know.
Yeah, you have the same problem that we do.
Yeah, we got the same problem. We got the same right. So at the end of the day, I just like I say, I think it has a lot more to do with the league itself. There's something as simple, let's just for a second, something as simple as judging 10 yards or, segments of 100 yards could easily be done with RFID or Internet of Things, or you name it. There's a lot of technology out there that could actually make something as simple as what you described, Dan. Right. Just human error of a dude grabbing the ball and changing its actual position. Right, changing its position so that the other team now definitely gets that first down. These things could easily be mitigated. Why they're not in the year 2023? I don't know. It might have a lot to do with the NFL wanting to have a certain level of control over the game. Now, that's where I will leave this. I like to believe that they don't want to have that control and that Vegas is right and this is all not rigged, right? I'm just saying the realest shit.
They can't get every stadium to do that.
Right.
Why?
That's the big issue. That's why they can't go over technology, because the cameras and stuff, like a Monday night game, they've got special cameras, right? Well, a normal Sunday game for a team like Cleveland, they don't have the technology that say Dallas or the Chargers have.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, they would. What I'm suggesting here is not in the scope or the cost of of a grand camera case scenario. I'm talking RFID. Basically, you have that shit at the grocery store. Right? I mean, when you walk in the grocery store, they know that you're stealing. You're stealing. Hey, that it beeped.
Right.
Stole some shit. This is pretty low level tech. I work in tech. I handle this type of stuff. This is pretty low level. It wouldn't cost them very much to implement. They just don't want.
How would you get an RFID chip in a ball though?
Easily.
Tips.
Put it in the ball, brother. You put it in the ball.
Wouldn't have to be at the tips of the ball, both ends?
Why? You just suspend it in the middle of the ball. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
It could be relations, and it just calibrates to where it is on the ball.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be at a special spot. It just, it knows, okay, I'm 3 laces over. This is the design of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. 100%.
You can tell how fast the ball is being thrown. You can tell, where it is. 100%, right? You know exactly. You put GPS on an MF, you know exactly where it's at. There's no questioning it. You also have RFID on the lines, just as a for instance,
and be careful
you can determine and cross-reference.
Be careful what you wish for. You start getting into that realm, and all of a sudden, the game's going to be robots, and we're going to be like, "Wait, I miss when it used to be humans."
Well, no, honestly, I'm really not. This is really not. This is not high
I could
tech.
do for some robot commentators sometimes.
Yeah, if a robot
boring.
If a robot takes out Chris Collinsworth, I'm so with you, right?
Can you imagine two robots talking to each other this is a great game, isn't it, Jim? Yes, this is a wonderful game.
That pass. That was a great throw.
And Justin Fields throws to his left. He's running down the left sideline.
CBS broadcasting.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in to the nerd part of the podcast.
Sorry, guys.
They could program it to sound like John Madden all over again, right? Or so whoever they want. You could just plug in the current, plug in the broadcaster. It could be Pat Summerall and John Madden all over again with robots.
Who is y'all favorite person to call the game?
I loved Pat.
I really like Greg Olson.
Who?
Greg Olson.
Greg Olson? He's not
I like him. Yeah, right now.
Of all time, I think is our question, right?
Of all time. Well,
I can't think of his name, and I
Dandy
know
Don Meredith. My guy.
Dandy Don Meredith.
That's my guy. He was awesome.
Damn,
man.
you are that old, Foster.
PJ knew exactly who I was talking about too.
Damn, I can't think of his name, but he calls the Bull games.
The Bulls games?
He did all the spectacular catches for the Bears last year. My man was calling the game. He is the best. The best.
Jeff Joniak.
No, not Joniak.
You said Bears.
No, not Joniak. What's the name?
Smith.
He was with he did the Bulls with Stacey King. He did the Bulls, he did the Sox, and he do football.
Is it Adam Amin?
One guy.
Is it Adam Amin?
Adam Amin. Yep.
I thought you were talking about Johnny Kerr.
No, I'm talking about Adam Amin.
I thought of him too.
Call any game for me any day. I'll watch it.
I think
Red Kerr was awesome.
My favorite broadcast team was back when I think it was it FX or TNT used to have it where they had Theismann, Mike Patrick, and Paul McGuire.
Yep.
I thought they were great. I thought they were absolutely great.
Now tell us, when you saw the first game in 1920, who was your favorites?
I don't know. Foster, unlike you, I wasn't there. I mean,
I loved the Monday Night Crew with Dan and Al and Dan Deerdorf, Al and Mike, or no, Al Michaels and
Al Michaels, Dan Deerdorf, Howard Cosell.
And Frank Gifford, Dan Deerdorf, and Al Michaels. That was a good one too for a long time.
That's right after.
All of a sudden, you're seeing fucking what's his name, Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football. It's like, come on.
I didn't mind Dennis Miller.
I didn't either, but it was like, why are you fucking with this? This is kind of a sacred broadcasting position, you know.
Dennis Miller too.
He was actually pretty good.
He wasn't bad. I totally forgot. I would say Boomer. I like Boomer. He's awesome. And I also Chris Berman. I also like obviously Pat Summerall was great too. For what it's worth, boring as all hell, but he's a classic. The last guy, more recent, Romo, man. Romo will call a game. Like I've seen Romo do like some Nostradamus predictions of games. You know what I mean? Like he pulls some stuff out of it. And the quarterback's going to do this. It's going to go to exactly that receiver. Watch, boom.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, Tony. Like you saw this coming. You can read a defense. You know what's going on. So it'll be cool to see guys like Brady eventually get into the booth and whether he's at that level. It'll be cool to see that. I'm sure there's other guys too. Somebody else is coming into the booth this year.
Howard Cosell.
So do y'all be watching the Manning? Y'all be watching the Manning?
He's under the booth at this point, BJ. Unfortunately.
Do y'all be watching the Manning do the Monday night games on? Is it Monday night?
I haven't watched any of the Manning casts yet.
I have.
No. I've watched, and I think they're pretty good. They're funny
good.
Sometimes too, man.
Yeah.
The game
they always got a way different take than the announcers. They're like, well, I know what this guy ate for breakfast because of that play. And I'm going, wait, what? Just dumb stuff like that you know me. It's me. So, but I like them. I don't watch them all the time, but I will go back and forth.
When they did the Bears game, that was their best one all year. And they had stars coming on and stuff. I think it was just relaxed, and Justin Fields played so good that game. I love hearing and watching Peyton watch him play after he knew that young man was going to grow this season. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I just enjoyed it. That was probably like my favorite show they did last year was the Bears. Of course, I'm biased.
I just wonder though. Like, back in the Stone Age, Foster, was it really like the Flintstones?
Absolutely, but we had worse cars.
I was just wondering, man.
You guys, people are talking about Jeff Joniak in chat, and my buddy a couple years ago, I think it was before this season or maybe before last season, said that Jeff Joniak was retiring. Has anybody heard that, or is that just some BS he was shooting me on accident?
Why would you retire? Like,
Never heard one thing about it. The guy's got it made as long as he wants.
Exactly.
Yeah, he has the cushiest job in like
he could become the Lex. He could become the Larry Mayer of broadcasting for the Bears.
He's probably got one of the cushiest jobs in the entire NFL, and not just the NFL, in broadcasting.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a sweet position. And then he gets to do all those interviews.
Uh-huh.
He gets to do all this other stuff with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
I do half that shit for free.
Yeah, no shit.
You say it again?
Doing it right now for free. What the fuck?
What did you say?
Say it again? That's why I couldn't start my YouTube, because you got to be available. You can't, I run my own business, so it's hard.
Difficult.
I'm dedicated for my fans this season every week.
I only said it once. I'll never repeat it again.
All you have to do, Shay, is just make your channel and just put out a 5-minute rant on something a couple times a week. You'll be all good, man.
Oh man,
she's gonna get. You got it made either way, Shay. I'm telling you.
Oh, she got that right.
I like the Hart Foundation here saying, I remember Wayne Larrivee. I loved Wayne Larrivee until that fucking traitor went to Green Bay.
Damn.
Still not over that.
Man.
I'm not over David Montgomery going there for no $6 million a year. Like, hey, we ain't offer bro nothing.
See,
that's something that did hurt me during this off season, that we did David Montgomery like that. Like, that was hurtful.
Yeah, I know. That's
$6 million? $6 million.
We were all hoping for $6 million, right?
Right. That was like, I said, please don't ask for 10. I said, as long as he don't ask for 9 or 10, we good. When they said $6 million, he gone.
PJ, I think you were saying something about $6 million. I said, okay, what's your highest number? And you went 7. I was like, okay, I'd be fine with 7. Fucking 6.
I don't think they offered him anything at all. And I'm pretty sure he went straight to Detroit, saw the offer, and took it under the auspice that the Bears have had a year plus to make an offer.
I disagree. I think they offered him 4. He didn't take it. He went to Detroit. As soon as he went to Detroit, Bears didn't sign the guy they signed. Right after.
Yeah, but hold on, PJ. The only reason I don't think they lowballed him like that, like, there's 2 reasons. First reason, it like $4 million is insulting. That's insulting to Dave. Like, it really would be. And now to add insult to injury, Dave leaves, and within X amount of hours, you go and you hire a new running back to replace him for 6, the same 6, basically. That's just mean.
Yeah,
right?
Who did they sign for 6?
We're not arguing if the running back room is better or worse. That's not the argument. We know Clear Herbert. They got the number 1 and number 2 running per yards. Right.
Who did the Bears sign for 6? Kids.
So that's not the question. The question is, as the leadership that David Montgomery had to this team, was it a mistake with not even offering him a decent contract? Like, we didn't even offer him $6 million. To me, that was kind of like
I know it sucks, but let's ask ourselves this question: Is the running back room better or worse now, or is it the same?
Overall, better.
Yeah, I think it's better. Overall, it's better. I think.
Kids, I think the running back you're talking about, the one I think we only offered him $4 million.
You hear what John Pierre says?
What's homie's name, man? Nobody can remember his name.
It's a Foreman. $1 million deal.
How much is it?
How much?
1 year, $3 million.
Yeah,
1 year, 3. So not as much as 6.
And Homer got $2 million.
Cheaper and younger.
Didn't he get $2 million? Homer.
And he's
Yeah, we talk about Whitehair being Pro Bowl center. We didn't forget he was good. We was questioning why he didn't play more last year. And is he going to be the starting center this year? So we got a lot of fans trying to see what they missed as far as the discussion of the questions. They had questions about the centers, about Cody Whitehair, what we thought as far as that. I saw a couple of questions about it. So we were just discussing basically Dieter Iceland and where we found how we feel he matched with the team and who we thought our center is and the depth we have as far as our offensive line. Period.
What was the conclusion on Dieter Iceland? I didn't catch that part.
Our conclusion is he's going to be behind Cody. It depends on what Cody does. Cody is the man. Cody is the vet. He's the all-pro. They're going to give him an opportunity to see what he could do. But if he doesn't start, that is my first clue that he's not healthy. And they're not going to. I don't think they're going to keep him and Lucas on this roster. There's no need to keep two veteran centers that's supposed to be the number one guy. You can only say one person as that number one guy.
If you had an injury at either tackle spot or either guard, one of the guys to the guard position, and Tevin could take over the tackle. I mean, it's position flexibility, like you were saying earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
I just wanted to say we're
mean,
discussing the raging oracle that is football.
I don't think any of us, J2K, agree with each other on what's going to really happen with this center position.
Because there's no agreement. I think Ryan Poles.
We all have different opinions.
Yeah, I think Ryan Poles got a lot up his sleeve. And as fans, we could all speculate. Like, we don't know. But I think we could all agree that this is the best depth that the Chicago has had going into the season, where we can actually talk about who's going to start, who deserves to start.
I'm not going to tell her yet.
You know, we didn't have that flexibility at all last season. None.
You're right. This is we kind of were talking about this being a rebuild last year. Everyone was. I didn't want to believe it was a rebuild. And I think with what he did last year with turning 5 picks into 11, and now this season with what he's done with this draft class and getting the first pick in the draft, now we have another first pick in next year's draft. We have 2 teams to root for, the Bears to win and the Panthers to lose. So if we end up with the first pick in the draft again next year for some reason, or even the second or even a top 5, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's another first-round pick. And the depth that they've built, I've been preaching this for a long time, quantity over quality.
Yes.
And I think it's what they got in this draft was a lot of players that there might not be one superior, talent as far as, somebody would be a top 5 pick. But when you have a bunch of quality players that can work together within the system and they all buy into that principle, I think that's what they have with this new class that they're going to bring in. Marvin Harrison, yes. if we get Marvin Harrison Jr. next season, I mean, Poles got this shit, right? We've been saying it for a while.
Absolutely. And look at Cliff just made an excellent point. We got Foreman and Homer for the same value. Now, remember, Foreman was the starting running back when they traded Christian McCaffrey last year. Mm-hmm. So he was getting those numbers. And his numbers he was the number 1. Him and Khalil Herbert, we got number 1 and number 2. So we got him. We got Foreman for what we got a special teamsman. Because that's what Homer's gonna be. He's gonna be a special teamsman.
And we all love homers, don't we?
Yeah. And we didn't break the bank for him. So right. I think Juice Herbert is gonna be the guy. I know a lot of people looking at Rojo. A lot of people like Rojo. But I don't think we could go wrong in the running back room. That's for sure. I'm eager to see how our offensive line stand up. If we could get Justin Fields 3 seconds with the football. 3 to 4 seconds. But you know he likes some long plays. He likes to
have it develop. Yeah.
But I think this is gonna be a dangerous team. Though those little losses that we lost with under 3 points last year, those are gonna be wins. More so, let's say half of them, right? Half of them, and then what some of them was just drop balls, like bad plays, little things that cost us games that we didn't win. So it wasn't like we just didn't finish. It was we didn't close out on the opportunity. Then
Right.
Santos, don't forget, one of the games we lost the game by 1 point. He missed 2 extra points in that game.
Yeah.
So it's little things, just little things every game. Then I think someone said they can't just look at the schedule and say, okay, we got this game, because it's going to be little things every week that we're going to have to get better at, things that's going to have to happen. But this is a different team going into this season. I'm not looking at our last season record and putting that on our guys this year and say, I'm holding that team last year to these expectations. I'm not doing that.
Every team is different. This team is far different than last year's team, and that one was far different from the previous team. So
17-0, baby.
17-0.
Who said that Swift? When that Swift prediction too?
Yeah, Swifty said that.
PJ, 17-0. We nenever talk about the 72 Dolphins ever fucking again. I don't want to hear anything about the 72 Dolphins again. Sorry.
Homerville Central over here.
You know what I'm saying? Like even me, like when we first started talking about this season and the schedule came out, I was like, let's go through the schedule. We went through the schedule and I was like, damn, like I can see 12-5 here, like, and I'm feeling like a massive homer. Y'all talk about 17-0. I'm just
wait. We can't say 17-0 without saying 20-0, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't care about 20 or 19 because you get the bye.
That's for sure. I would not want to be one of those teams that went unbeaten and then didn't win at all. I would rather get that Super Bowl. I'll tell you that much.
Let me bring us a little bit closer to reality here.
No.
If any of those things are on the docket.
No. You're out of here. 17-0.
23-0, dog. 23-0.
20-0.
20-0. Take them out. I was going to just mute them.
Damn.
23-0.
I hope for all of it. I'm happy with 7.
Well, no, because if you got to 17-0, you'd have a bye, right? So you'd have
straight up.
So would it be 20? It'd be 20-0 because you'd have a bye.
Counting the preseason too, bro.
Oh no. We want to lose.
The Bears were terrible when they won the Super Bowl. They had a
I'm just
terrible
telling y'all. If we talking 17-0, I'm talking 23-0 all the way.
No, you got to lose every preseason game.
PJ's the ultimate homer. We never lose this entire fucking year.
Leo Factor's worrying me here, saying I expect 8 wins or more because Leo, when we did the draft, as everyone, you might not know this, Shay, but Leo was, along with J2K, kind of our draft analysis people. He was giving us all the updates. He was helping out with info like by the second. He's calling 8 wins. Come on, Leo. You're breaking my heart.
He says or more.
He said or more. 8 wins or more. He expects 8 wins or more.
Okay.
I started with that when we started looking at the schedule and we had the schedule thing last week. I was going 8, 9 wins. And then we're going through the schedule and I'm going, crap. I'm picking them to win every game. I can't do that because well, I could.
That's just crazy is the answer, is how you finish that sentence. That's just crazy. But like even me, when I looked at it, I was like, let's just split the divisional games. So you split them. And things still look really favorable. Like it really does. It really does. So
especially with some of these teams that got, you look at the Raiders. Yeah, I know it's Jimmy G. I know they got Devontae Adams. But look at what he did when he went to play with his homeboy last year. He was trash. Mm-hmm. He was trash. I'm not looking at Raiders or Denver's game or the Chargers. I'm not looking at none of them teams like they're going to beat Justin Fields led Chicago Bears team. That man is going to go into every game and he's going to expect to win. And he's going to give it his all to win. And those
Raiders a little bit more.
I'm just
that
gonna
I'm
say.
not finna say. Hell no, I'm not finna say.
I'm just gonna say for the record, y'all may call me a homer. She's a homer. He's a homer.
Hey,
She's a homer.
PJ, I'm a homer too. I'm a homer too.
You're a homer.
I mean-
She's a homer. He's a homer. I'm a homer
you a
too.
homer, right? Do y'all get embarrassed? Do y'all get embarrassed when my guy get on national TV and pick the Bears against the teams that y'all be like, we know we gonna lose, right? But what you gonna do? What you gonna say when they ask you on national TV to make that pick?
I'm gonna
And
always
what they
pick the
say
Bears.
every time?
I say that.
Homer.
I say that every time. Every game, I'm picking the Bears. Every game, I'm picking the Bears.
It was like, where's the one guy going to pick the fucking Bears? Come on. Somebody's got to pick the Bears here. Oh, nope. That means we're going to win.
Adam Rank does it like every other week.
That's what I'm talking about. Adam Rank.
Yeah.
Adam Rank every week. He doesn't care.
I know they're gonna lose, but I'm taking my Bears.
And look,
You all
he had
know.
people thinking,
You all
right?
know.
Hold
You all
on.
know
After
Adam
that
Rank
Miami
will
game,
come
right?
out.
After the Miami
Adam Rank
game,
will come out
that's a score
and
like
say
32
he's the
points.
biggest homer of them all. He will totally admit to that. If anybody ever asked Adam Rank will come out and go, yes, I know. My friends have also acknowledged this. I will have to admit, yes.
Hey, Matt, just so you know, me, Shay, and PJ already got our Adam Rank cards. We're members of Homer Club.
Yeah, we already.
We're waiting for our shirts and our password rings.
I'm a member of the Realist Club. The Optimist Club rejected me. I'm a member of the Realist Club, and like I say, I think and that's cool. That's cool. I have no hatred.
Bastard.
You're a homer for the team that I love, so I love you. You know what I mean? I love all y'all. But end of the day, I like my expectations. I'm going to keep them a little bit low so that they're achievable. If we are able to exceed those expectations, I'm into actually like I'm not the type of person who like gets excited about shit. I don't get excited. I'm a very cool.
You're like a Justin Fields type guy. You're like
I'm an even keel guy. I am. I'm not.
You just like this.
If we get past the threshold, that's when I'm going to actually start to get excited.
I'm not a Justin Fields type guy. I'm like a Joquan Brisker. Me, I'm like, every week I'm talking stuff. I might get my butt whooped, but every week I'm talking stuff. That's the type of fan I am.
You talking stuff even when you're losing, huh? I know I'm losing by 20, but I can lose by 30.
I was stationed in California when Golden State was winning, and the Bears was coming over there and play. I was going to games over there. I was buying tickets when they came over there, and I'm like, go to games with my Bears stuff on. They like, the Bears suck. I didn't care. I had my Bears stuff on, proud over there on the West Coast. So it don't matter.
Whoa.
Win or lose.
I will represent the Bears wherever I'm at. You know that doesn't go. That doesn't change. I will represent.
Absolutely.
We travel well.
I just have to have.
Well.
My team has sort of, it's had a way of punching me in the nuts over the last, 30 odd years. At this point, I've become a little bit even keel with it. I love my team. I know we're at the pinnacle. Like, this is the pinnacle, guys. Everything has finally started to turn.
Well, I think that
we all just need to see it happen.
You have to be real. I mean, I guess calm. For me, I have to be calm about how I look at the Bears when I'm actually at the stadium. Now, when I'm in my own house, I can go crazy, do all these other things. Yeah. But in a stadium, I'm not going to talk a lot of noise if we down by 30 and I'm like, yeah, we down by 30, but you know what? We're going to be down by 40 in a minute. I mean,
I don't know what games you ever went to that happened. What games you went to that happened? Because that Cowboy game, I was talking stuff. I'm like, heck, we going to win this game. I sure
we almost had that game.
She must have missed them 50 burgers from the Packers a couple of seasons back.
Really surprised about what Justin Fields was doing in those games.
Yeah, that first half against
not meant to win those games.
Against the first half against Dallas, Justin Fields was driving the ball down the field. He kept bringing us back. It felt like because we were down by a lot of points, and he brought us back, and I think we were down by, I feel like it was like 21 or something, and all of a sudden we're right there in the game with them. That's why I thought we were going to win that game too. Like Shay, all the way, I predicted 11-6 last year too, and all the way up until we had one fucking game to lose, I was like, 11-6 is still possible. We just have to win out. It's possible.
I mean, I think
crazy homers.
I actually think we're going to win about 10 or 11 games, but like I said before, at the day of the week of that game, I'm predicting us to win that game.
Yeah.
So look at Foster. Foster got all the memorabilia.
To that effect, I gamble. I'm likely betting I will likely be betting on Bears games across the board, with the slight exception of if I look at it and I'm like, this is like a very hard situation for us to win, I may not. But even if the odds are flipped the other way, that's better for me. I'm betting Bears.
If y'all want to be a homer and y'all want to bet on something and possibly make some money by the end of the next season, you want to bet on Justin Fields' odd for MVP before the start of the season, because it's going to change. And I guarantee you, when he start having them flashes and it be wins instead of losses like it was last year, he's going to get some votes. He's going to get some votes. And depending on what our record is, if we end up 11-6 or 12-5 like I predicted, and he win his first playoff game, you best believe he's going to get that MVP. You best believe, and if he have a season like I think he's going to have, that's going to be a bet right there. That's going to be a real bet, that MVP, because I think his odds is like.
I can't put no money on it though.
You said what?
I'm not a betting person though. See, I don't bet. I don't bet anything. I don't bet nothing. I mean, I don't even bet that the postman is going to come every day. I won't even bet. I won't bet nothing. I'm telling you, You really distrust your postal service. No, I just look at it like this. If I can't control it, if it ain't me, I don't know what the next person going to do. So I can't bet on what the next person going to do. That's how I look at it. Now, if I'm playing, I'm like, oh yeah, I know I can beat this guy. Okay, I can bet on myself. But betting on someone else, no, I don't bet on no one else.
They don't even deliver the mail every day anymore. Anyways, PJ, I get it about 3-4 days a week, dude. Swear to God.
That's because you living on that secluded island where they got an air mail to you, bro.
I'm in Chicago, dude. I'm by O'Hare Airport. What the fuck? That ain't secluded. I got too many people around.
That island where they got to air mail it to you. O'Hare is its own territory.
But guys, I want to get something from each one of you, because so J2K, you were on the show last week. Shay, you weren't, and Matt, you weren't. Shay, I'm trying to add to the opener where the "You Down with BCP" or "You Down with OPP" music is playing, and everyone goes, "You down with BCP?" Can I get you and Matt separately? Shay, can you give me your so I'm gonna play the music, okay? And I want you. Now, if I do that, I'm gonna hear it. So just give me your best. You down with BCP? Like, play the song in your head, right?
I know it.
Okay, give me your best. Your best.
You down with BPC? Yeah, you know me. You down with BPC? Yeah,
no, BCP. No, BCP.
BCP. That's what I said.
No, you said BPC.
That was the best possible answer she could have given. Straight up. Yeah, this was
Shay down with BCP, take two.
Okay.
Just one time though. You down with BCP? Because I'm gonna add it to the
BCP.
One more time.
You down with BCP?
No, give me the good one. Like, you down with BCP?
Loud.
You down with BCP?
Yes. All right.
That's it.
Now you, Matt. Your best version.
You down with BCP?
All right. Perfect.
Only on Thursdays, motherfucker.
3 minutes.
Only on Thursdays.
Stealing your line. I'm
going to add that to the harmonics of that, so I can add 2 more voices plus the female voice to it. It's going to be awesome. That should be something I do. Every new person that's on the show, I'll have them add to that. That'd be cool.
You can get Shay to sing the whole song. Go ahead, Shay.
I was trying to remember it with the old school song.
Hold on.
OPP, right?
Right.
Yeah.
See, I'm from on the south side, not the west side.
What, you want the opener? Here's the opener
They
part.
stole it from the Jackson 5 anyways. That's Jackson 5 music.
I feel like something like BCP. I can't explain it. I have to come up with something with that. BCP.
I
I
like
can
that
explain it.
small intro because it kind of gives you that good feel good when you first come in.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I like it.
Thank you, man. Or thank you, lady.
It's cool, it's cool, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's funny because my wife and I were walking around the house going, "You down with BCP? Yeah, you know me. You down with BCP?" And then Triple R was on the show, and he's like, "You down with BCP?" I was like, "Damn, I'm doing it now." It has a nice ring to it.
Sean, man.
I had to check in with
They
the
still
BCP.
arguing over the running back run.
You know me.
It's going to be an
Yeah, they're
excellent
going
running back
crazy
run,
about
guys.
it.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
I'm not worried about it. You know what I mean?
Right,
I'm not,
it's
I'm
going to
not
be a
worried-
toss-up. That one's going to be a good one. It don't matter.
I'm not worried about it.
I
think
just
that'll be a-
hope Herbert get a chance, a crack at it, man. I think
Me
dude's
too.
going to be a
He's
monster.
gonna, but I think Roshan's gonna be our guy by game 9. I've said
You
it
think
for
so?
2 weeks.
Because of his leadership.
I think he's gonna be able to do. He's gonna be a 3-down back. I think. I really do, man. Go
I
look
think
at
so
him.
too.
He
I
should have
think
been.
so, too.
He should have been- We've, in my opinion, I think we got 4 or 5 second-round picks in this draft. You go back and look at it. Go back and look at where these guys were slated 3 to 5 weeks before the draft.
Yeah,
And
Pickens.
the way things
Dex-
worked out, I mean, we.
You're right. You're right, Foster. Pickens,
Foles.
Dexter, Scott, and Roshan probably were just in and around second
Could
round.
have gone in the late second.
Worst
early
case
third.
scenario, third.
Because of his speed, and he fell to the 4th. Stevenson, that was another person.
Yeah, there's another guy. You're right. You're right.
Yes.
It is 5. Wow.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
Hey, and Williams was
Terrell
a what,
Smith.
5th or 6th, and he was expected to be. So everybody, okay, let's talk about it.
Who's we?
Everybody is so excited about Stevenson, right?
Yeah.
I'm super excited about Williams, man.
Who's Williams?
The 5th, the safety. He's like the
Oh,
5th
Terrell
round.
Smith. You mean Terrell Smith?
If it's Smith,
The safety we took in the 7th round, Stanford.
7th round. You think he's a second rounder?
no. I didn't say I think he's a second rounder.
Oh,
I said Stevenson. Everybody's excited about him.
oh.
Well, you were talking about the other guy.
In our secondary, I think the player that we got as a steal is going to
Kendall
be
Williams.
Go watch his tape. Go watch his tape.
Stevens.
And I've seen nobody talk about it.
There's a
Kendall
reason.
Williams, right?
We got 2 safeties.
Kendall Williams.
Yes.
The 7th rounder.
Yes.
If you're right about that, that's Homerville Central, and that'd be amazing.
Man. That dude will be lucky to make the team.
Y'all laughing,
Even
right?
Shorty's on it too.
Y'all laughing, but everybody thought Braxton Jones was gonna be a bust, right? Everybody thought Braxton Jones was gonna be a bust.
I didn't.
Right?
As soon as
drafted
he
him in
opened
4
his mouth, I was like,
One thing I noticed, I see people that other people don't see. And Williams, I'm gonna say it right now. Y'all gonna say Shay said this a year or 2 from now. Y'all gonna say this a year or 2 from now. Because look, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Jackson, I know he had a good year last year. I know he had some NOs and he got back to looking like he was looking. But if Williams ball out, they ain't gonna have to pay. I'm telling y'all. Watch and see what I tell y'all. Watch and see.
You talking about
Watch
the
and
safety from
see.
Stanford?
That's who she's talking about.
It's on tape, so we got it.
You talking about the
That's who
safety from Stanford?
She's talking about the 7th round safety. That's
Who
who
we
she's
got
talking about.
with the
Look,
258th pick?
That's right. That's who
You
she's speaking of.
saying he
It's
is
okay.
as good
It's
as
okay.
a second rounder?
I think Shorty
on
identified it
this team,
correctly.
On this defense, given the opportunity, you're not gonna. It's gonna be like if you pull one of your starters and you put him in, it's gonna be like you're not missing a beat. I'm saying he's gonna be that good.
Oh,
He's
man.
gonna be good. He's gonna be better in my mind than Kyler Gordon and we picked him. What?
Okay, that's it.
Why?
I am making Homerville clips out of this segment right now.
What?
That is actually a great segment of short clips.
Yeah.
Just called, BCP Homerville.
No.
Something to that effect.
Homerville Central.
Homerville
right
Central.
there
I
for
liked it.
He's going to be
Y'all,
better than Tyler
y'all
Gordon.
gonna be surprised when
Welcome
y'all
to Homerville
back,
Central.
when y'all run this back at the end of the season or the middle of the season. Y'all gonna be like, this Sharon. No, she said this, but she didn't say this. I'm telling you that our 7th-round pick is going to be our future starting. And now I don't know if they're going to put him in the nickel or they're going to have him as a straight up safety. But I'm telling you, they're not going to pay. If he shows he could keep up.
I just want to know.
Our second.
He's almost Mr. Irrelevant, by the way.
Hey, Shay, what you drinking over there?
I was just gonna say marijuana is
drink.
legal in Illinois,
I don't
right?
drink. I don't drink.
What you smoking over there?
Yes, she don't drink either.
Marijuana
Fuck
is
you
legal
all.
in Illinois, right? Like, is that what's up? I'm just messing around. It's also legal in Canada, just to throw that out there. In any event, yeah, I don't see. I don't
do
see.
shit you can't except freeze and have babies.
That's the only person I ain't seen nobody talk about, and I'm gonna be the first one to throw it out there. Dude gonna be a monster, and I can't wait till he show what he got. I can't.
I love it. I love it.
Very similar to over my title. She is officially the
I'm
Homer.
not gonna lie.
You're not done, PJ.
Man,
you met your match.
Come on, this is a 7th-round pick. I ain't got no reason to hype dude up.
Yeah,
I don't like bum ass players. I'm gonna keep it honest. I don't like bum players.
Yeah, you
I
do.
would call them out.
Yeah, you do.
No, I have no reason.
You hyped it up a 7th-round
She's such a homer, man. She's just swimming in that potential.
Baby, she's hyping up a man. God.
Hey,
Williams.
man, Mr. Irrelevant took the
Williams,
freaking Niners to the
7th-round
championship.
pick. Watch that boy. Watch that boy.
I did.
So I gotta say some shit here. So
I have.
if by any stretch of the imagination,
Did you
hold
hear
on.
what J2K said?
What'd he say?
I have it.
He said he had watched it.
Hey, somebody said I'm cray. Let's go.
He's
Let's
you
go.
have to be a gunner.
If by any stretch,
Yeah.
Go ahead, J2K.
J2.
No, you have to be a gunner. I mean, look, I like him as a special teamer, but he lacks instincts. He's not that big. He's not that fast. I mean, by all means, like, I could be a homer too. We could all just say it was the greatest draft of all time. But I mean, we have a 2% chance of success.
You said Williams don't have great instinct and what?
Speed or size.
He wasn't slow, and he's not small at all.
Fast, and he's not big.
He's okay. So Tyreek Stevenson. Okay, let's do the numbers. So Stevenson is how big?
Stevenson?
Okay.
What's that
Like
Kool-Aid you
15?
drinking?
Stevenson.
Stevenson's long. He's got long arms.
No, you said Williams not big enough. Now go look at that man. Go look again.
All right, let me just put you both on pause while you take a look at what the
6'3".
stats and there you go in the height is. If we're by any means relying on our 7th-round pick in the safety position,
I'm not saying relying on it. She's just saying he's going to pan out.
Hold on, Dan. That's what I'm saying. If by any means we're in a position,
saying he's going to surprise
everybody.
I don't even want to see the cat. I don't want to see him on the field at all this year.
I do.
I'm hoping not to.
I'm hoping to.
You want to see the 7th-round pick over Eddie Jackson?
Yes, I do. I'm gonna tell you something about football players. I'm gonna tell you something about football players.
No, but it could happen when Jackson gets hurt again.
You draft a player for a reason.
I don't want Jackson to get hurt, bro.
Listen, you draft a player
what are you guys
for
talking
a reason.
about? Where are we going with this?
No, I'm not saying Eddie Jackson gonna be hurt. But
how else is he gonna get on the field? How is Williams
Are they gonna pay
on...
him? Are they gonna extend him?
She's saying that Williams is going to outplay Jackson.
No, she's saying that
I'm
she's
saying
for the,
I'm gonna say
the
this
future.
again. I'm saying he's gonna surprise a lot of people. to where the Bears going to think about paying Jackson. This is what I'm saying. I didn't say he's going to take Jackson's job necessarily. I'm saying the opportunity is going to be there.
How we gonna?
Doesn't Jackson have
how is
2
he?
years?
How we
He's
going to
signing
see it?
Jackson anyways.
Has
Eddie's
he
only
going to get
got
on the
1 year
field?
left.
Has he going to get on the field? How we going to see how he's going to get an opportunity to ever show it? Is that the question?
Yeah.
TJ?
Yeah.
We have Brickster
Injuries.
and Jackson. He'll never get on the field unless somebody's injured. We don't want either one of them guys injured. I'm not calling for that. I don't want to see
I
this.
hear you.
I don't want to
I
see
hear
him.
you.
I don't want to see him at all.
Nobody
Okay,
wants the injuries,
I'm
but
gonna
look
say
at every
preseason don't matter,
season.
right?
How many guys were hurt last year?
Watch him in the preseason. Watch him in the preseason.
I will. I will keep a good eye on him in the preseason, and I hope for the best. I hope he looks like Luke freaking Skywalker. Like the last thing I can say, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I don't
I'm
really want
sorry,
to see him
Kyler Gordon. I'm sorry, Kyler Gordon. I feel better about Williams than Kyler Gordon coming out of college.
What suggest do we watch of Williams in college?
Well, I watched the film that they did after he was drafted.
The
So
highlight.
I didn't watch a lot of Williams games, of course, because he's not in the conference that I watch.
There's
All right.
very little film on him even.
No, because a lot of people like to do all 22 films. So I watch a lot of YouTube, watch a lot of sports. So yes, they got film on Tyreek Stevenson and on Williams. And I watched a lot of their film. And I'm telling you, if they talking about Tyreek Stevenson a dog, y'all ain't watch Williams film, bro, a dog.
I'm just saying.
Bro, a dog.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but man, if we see him on the field over Kyler Gordon or over Eddie Jackson,
or
I'm
over the
gonna have to
second round
rethink
pick
some
Stevenson, or over
Tyreek
Brisker,
Stevenson.
or over Jalen Johnson. Like I don't want to. I can't. I don't want to see him at all. In my estimation, again, he's just depth. I hope he's awesome depth. I hope nobody gets hurt. Odds are somebody probably will, but even then, he's got a little ways to go. So let's look at hold on a second. Let's just look at the safety position for a second. Next year, they will be considering what to do with Eddie. I have a feeling that they will not re-sign Eddie unless he takes a homer deal, quote unquote. If that's the case, we're just going to draft another safety, or we can go back to the market and pay somebody that we actually want to pay. I don't see Williams having anything to do with anything. I'm just saying. I hope to God he is. I hope he is.
I hope you're right.
let me get my.
I'm gonna say one thing I see with him a lot. He do not let his opponent catch the ball, and he hit hard. He made me a Jaquan Brisker. This is Brisker evil twin gonna be on the side of him. And we got him around.
I hope to God that's the case.
Let me give you my let me give you my take.
North, baby.
My take is this. I think Williams has some upside, but he's really raw right now, and I don't see him doing nothing next year. Later on down the line, I'll give you that. It's possible, but for right now, I don't see it in his first year him doing much other than special teams. That's
I didn't say he's gonna take nobody's job. I didn't say that. I said he's gonna be the player that nobody's talked about this whole offseason, and he's gonna surprise a lot of people.
What's your meaning of surprise?
Keep an eye on him, huh?
What's your meaning of surprise?
Surprise! I mean, on play, I guarantee you, in the limited opportunity he have an interception, a forced fumble, and a recovery.
In preseason?
You got bigger cojones than I got.
You know what? I'm not rooting for any of my players to be hurt either. I'm not. But I think this guy gonna have an opportunity to show what he got. And I think when he get that opportunity, he's gonna show he ain't nothing to be messed with.
Shay, I'm in your corner on the homerism on that, because when you look at the film of that guy, he does hit hard. He does look like he fits the hits principle, right? He looks like he's going to come and give it his all.
Block safety, you're right.
Once you start adding players like that to this kind of principle system that we have, that's the cream is going to rise to the crop and or to the top. So
And not
you might be onto something there.
not-
This year. I don't think so, but you might be onto something there in the future.
The best thing is,
on tape.
depth, because we've never fucking had depth in 25 years, man.
What is his measurables, J2K?
He's 6'203". He ran a 4.45.
Okay.
I mean, that's not bad numbers, but he's not. I mean, that's not a big guy. And the 40 time, I think it gets easier and easier every year with these guys when they get coached for it. So now it used to be when I was a kid, 4.4, anything in the 4.4 range, you were fast.
Right.
But now 4.5, I mean, that's like a 4.5, 4.55 when I was younger. It's not insanely fast. And I don't want to be down on the kid. I just, he transitioned from corner to safety because he kind of didn't have the man coverage skills.
Right.
Not to safety, and that's a whole different universe of where he's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a lot to learn and a lot to grow. And I could see him as depth at safety. I really think he's our depth. But I'm not down on Elijah Hicks, who we drafted last year out of Cal.
Right.
And he's actually a smaller guy. I think he's like 5'11", 200 pounds. And I don't think he's really as fast. So he's a guy who has instincts and plays smart. So I think it's a great 7th round. Like, you got someone who's going to make the team. But when you start bringing Bojack into the conversation,
listen, man. Listen, I've seen Ryan Poles. Now, Bojack's, he did improve. He improved. He's that guy, right? He's that leader for this team.
He's one of the best I have ever watched.
Yes, I love Bo Jackson. But what I'm saying is Ryan Poles going to pay him?
He's got 2 left on his contract.
What I think Ryan Poles was doing, he was getting him value pieces of depth just in case he's not going to extend players or for injuries. Okay. And one thing I see in Williams, okay. Now you got to remember on defensive end, you got all these openings, right? There's a lot of players not coming back in our secondary this year. Houston Carson, right? Isn't he gone?
Yeah, he's there.
So that's really what this kid is. This kid is simply a replacement for the fact that we're not going to re-sign DHC. He's younger and youthful. That's it.
Listen. I've seen a lot of players. We've seen it in NFL history. So y'all telling me there's no 7th-round picks there's more 7th-round pick Hall of Famers than 3rd-round picks. Let's talk about
it. You're not wrong. All I'm saying there is, for us to hang our hat on this particular 7th-round pick is just ludicrous when we've got a 5th-round pick who's proven in the position. We've got a 2nd-round pick who's pretty well proven himself last year. This guy's simply depth. If he gets on the field and somehow excels, hey, we're all for it. But like I wouldn't. That would not be my expectation.
That is
my expectation for this draft.
Season going in. Y'all know how much I love Dieter. He's not going to be a sleeper for me. That is my sleeper going into this season. The 7th-round pick. Look out for him.
Hey, Shay.
How he does when he's given little or
hey, Shay.
The little opportunity he's given. I want to see what he does with it.
I'm going to drink that Kool-Aid with you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Homer Simpson called and he wanted her back in.
What player do y'all guys want to see the most? Like, what player do y'all think is a sleeper this season? Who are we sleeping on this season?
I would say the DT, the late round DT.
Bill?
Travis Bell?
Bell.
Yeah,
that would be my sleeper if anybody. Because
I can't find any damn tape on him. I know Swifty has, but
Kennesaw State. Do they have cameras? I'm just messing around.
Do they have internet there? Do you have cameras?
Hey, they're using those old 8mm from 70s.
I'm just
reel
teasing,
to reel.
right? But I think I think if they saw something special in this kid, and in a similar vein to you, Shay, really, you're talking about a kid who's in both cases with Iceland and with Williams they're a fair amount behind the existing roster to the level that I just don't see them getting on the field for those reasons. Not talent wise. Are they talented? Yes. Can they excel and improve? Yes. But again, they've got competition to beat out. In the similar vein is where I see Bell. If Bell's really able to get himself into that rotation and get on the field, that's to me an impressive feat in and of itself. And I hope that's
agree.
the case. You know, I hope that's the case because they seem to really like this kid.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know?
personally,
To answer you guys' to answer the question on hand, my sleeper, Velus Jones.
Okay.
Nice.
Well,
I like it. Let's go around the horn and we'll get everybody's sleepers, and then we'll wrap this up.
Who your sleeper, Foster?
We're going on 4 hours here now. I would put.
You muted, Foster.
Swifty gave you your props here, Shay.
Hey.
Shay's
Thank
7th
you,
round status
Swift.
true. Almost twice as many 7th round picks in the Hall of Fame as 3rd rounders. Yep.
I agreed with her, Swifty. I totally agreed. But at the same time, we know what's up with Eddie Jackson. We know what's up with Jaquan Brisker. Unless this guy comes out and balls out.
We know what's up, but what's up though? What's up?
But again, we'll get there. And if it's a problem, if you're Ryan Poles, do you sweat that in 2024, or do you hold on? Do you sweat it, or do you just
not to sweat nobody?
Or do you just go draft another safety?
Ryan Poles is
in the top 10, you know what I mean? In the top 150 picks. He has the ability to do whatever he needs to next year to replace Eddie Jackson. And that's a major problem for Eddie Jackson. Eddie Jackson has to perform this year, or whatever dollars and cents he could be talking about it's simply going to dwindle. So I think Eddie might be the guy who turns around and actually does take a homer deal. Like, out of anybody on this team, I think that guy's actually Eddie Jackson. I think he might take a homer deal because he's a leader on this team at this point. They chose him. He's one of the few guys to stick around from the Pace era. He might take a homer deal.
Well, you say stick around. He was left over. Let's remember that. He was left
Well,
over.
he was left over.
The captain because he was one of the only vets that was on the team last year. So
again,
if you don't really truly talk about it, I am a homer, but I be looking into.
But they could have cut him just like they cut Khalil Mack.
They could have cut Eddie Jackson, but Eddie Jackson wasn't having a year like Eddie Jackson was proving himself already during the season, unlike
I agree.
Our pass rusher, right?
So
when they traded our pass rusher, I understood it. Eddie Jackson was consistent last year.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
one of the better seasons.
With a team that's not getting pressure, I think he played pretty damn well. But it all comes back to Ryan Poles, right? Yes, he's a leader. Yes, Eddie's a leader. But he was one of the only vets that was left in the secondary last year. So that's a given. This year, it's so much depth. Ryan Poles could literally do what he wants. He could literally do what he wants. So if the money ain't making sense and him and Eddie's not on the same page, I don't see Eddie staying after this year.
But this is what I'm saying. Eddie, it's up to Eddie to create a negotiable case scenario for himself. He has to actually play football, excel at his position in order to come to the negotiating table and say, hey, look what I have done.
So what's a good number? Because you see what they did to David Montgomery. What is a good number for Eddie Jackson to say, I will stay here for this number?
Different, like different positions carry different weight from a numbers perspective, as does performance, right? All of those things factor into that negotiation. So when he comes to the table, if he shits the bed next year, it's either, hey, I well know I shat the bed. They're not going to sign me. I'm not going to take a homer deal. I can get a better deal elsewhere. Or I had a medium season and I want to be a Chicago Bear. I'm a leader here. I might take a homer deal. He's the only, to be honest with you, he's actually the only person on the team, in my opinion, that might take a homer deal. I don't see Cody Whitehair doing it. I see him gone next year. Let's just be real.
So Eddie has 2 more years, right?
Shay, you already got a Mercedes-Benz coming too.
Eddie has
Does
two
Eddie
more.
have 2?
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
it was really that
Yeah.
long. That's a huge
Yeah, 2
deal
more
for
years.
Eddie.
If Eddie can stay healthy this year, he's
So I drive a Mercedes Benz. I don't need another in my car before that Mercedes Benz.
Fucking
I'm just
Retro is
saying.
the king of our chat. He comes up with the best lines every week.
he's retro is the king of
Buy me an
king
EV
of
truck.
one-liners.
One of them electric trucks.
You can't even put up half the shit that retro says in chat.
Just ask him for. He's got a Ford Edge. That's it. That's in our SUV. Just take that one. He'll give you
I
that.
don't think you
Bullshit.
wanted us to know that.
Ain't nobody
Retro.
buying me no Benz. I don't get no Benz.
What type of Benz you got?
I got a C350.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
All right, very nice.
Two-door coupe.
I have
last
an F-150.
same one. I went
the
from a
coupe is
stick
nice.
to
Coupe is nice.
automatic because I had a stick and I just got the automatic.
Wait a minute.
I had a CLK.
Hold on a second here. Shay.
What? So I drove this
Female
stick
that can
from
drive a
Nevada.
manual transmission.
I drove
You
this
gotta bow
stick
down to this
from
female
Nevada
here.
to Chicago, from the mountains of Nevada to Chicago.
Dude, there are
Yeah, it's a
so
little
few
track.
females that I run across that can drive a manual transmission. There are very
think
few.
I know
That
one.
guy
There are
offered
very
him
few
to
males
tell me how to
left.
drive it.
There's
Oh,
very
I
few
know
males
one.
left that can drive a manual
I
transmission.
know one for sure.
We're
You
a
know that's
dying
what happened,
breed,
right?
man.
I didn't know how to
Two
drive
down.
a car when I bought it, guys.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
guys
know how
gotta
to
be.
drive it when I bought it.
So,
You gotta
but
buy
you
it,
still
just
got
drive
it
it.
and did it.
I
Some
bought it
people
from
won't
one of
even
my
do that.
military buddies, and he taught me how to drive it.
I learned to drive on a 1972 Pinto with no floorboards and just like a pile of rust. All it had was a 4-speed and 2 seats.
Stop
I
playing.
shit
You learned to
not.
drive
It
in
was
that
a great
Model
little
T.
car, man.
You learn to drive on a horse. What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
Was Barney
How did you go
Rubble
from a horse to a manual transmission?
You're right.
was Barney Rubble the
Giant
driving
technology
instructor in
leap, and I heard you,
1972? Is that how that
Keds.
worked? Who was sitting beside you? Was it Barney?
Yeah,
Yeah, wait,
absolutely.
Foster is so old. When he started learning to drive a car, everything was still black and white.
Like the worst part about that is that just might be true. That might be true.
Foster learned how to drive with the Model T. What you talking about?
Model T? What are you talking about? He was driving horses.
Model
You
T,
drive-
dude. I had a Stanley Steamer. That was before the Model T. I was putting the fire in there. I was putting logs in the car, and then driving it 2 blocks and putting more logs in it. It sucked.
You had to crank it up.
Or them bicycles you got to climb up just to drive.
Man.
Oh, guys,
Anyways.
you guys are awesome.
I
man.
want to thank. Wait, real quick. I just want to thank Shay for joining us for this 30 or
Thank
40
y'all for
minute
having me on too.
this
I
30 or
enjoy
40
myself.
minute segment that we invited you for turned into 3.5 hours.
I enjoy myself, guys.
Homerville,
I
USA.
talk all day.
That's right.
Homerville Central, folks.
Maybe
I'm getting right on that clip. Homerville Central.
You guys have to finish going around the thing about who's your breakout player, though. Like she started.
Foster,
No, it was then, I think.
We did this like 3 weeks ago, and PJ, when you said Velas, I got ticked off because if you remember, I said my breakout offensive guy was Velas Jones, and that Gordon Brisker is going to be a Pro Bowler or all Pro. Those were my offense defensive guys, if you remember from like 5 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you on Velas. Homers stick together, PJ. Homers stick together.
Mm-hmm.
Dieter and Williams, they're my 2 guys I'm looking for this season. I'm looking for progress. I want to see what they do given an opportunity.
You said Williams and who?
Dieter.
And Dieter.
Oh, Dieter. Okay. Who you got, Shorty?
I really do like Dieter as someone that I think could end up becoming a big part of this team this year. So I'm going to kind of go with Dieter. I'm going to pick offense and defense. So I'll go with I like Dieter on offense as someone to look out for as a diamond in the rough player this year. Defense, I'll go. Oh shit! I'm gonna go with the rookie linebacker that we drafted from.
Sewell.
Yeah, Sewell.
Yeah.
I think that there's going to be some special packages for that kid.
Hey,
you're gonna-
do
you're
y'all
gonna-
think he's gonna take Sanborn's spot? Nobody talking about that.
I think he's going to play a different spot than Sanborn. I think they might actually use him as a situational pass rusher for all we know. I mean, there's so much they could do with that kid. So I'm excited to see what they do with him.
Who you got?
I might put him on the
Kids?
edge. Who, me?
Yeah, you. Who you got?
Offense and
said
defense.
it. I already said.
Offense
I said
and defense.
offense and defense.
Yeah.
Offense. Mr. Scott is my.
It's a good one.
My guy. That's why I think he's going to sneak in, and I think, like, to be honest with you, I think he's probably the most. I think this actually might happen, and it's just because of Darnold's injury and how long it might take him to fully recover and get on the field. I think Scott's going to get on the field in his role and probably do a little bit of damage quicker than we're ready for, but is what it is.
Okay.
Love it.
Defense?
Mr. Bell.
Travis Bell.
He named Mr.
I like
Bell
that.
already. Yeah.
All right. Who you got, J2K?
I'm gonna go with Tyree Carter.
Ooh.
He's the guy who we didn't put him once on the practice squad all year long. We put Doug Kramer on IR, and we lost Zach Thomas off the practice squad. He's also been working out at the Chicago facility the entire offseason. So he's been in the building. From what I hear, they absolutely love him. They actually want to try him out over at center as well. But I think he makes backup left guard and third center. I actually think that it's going to come down to Doug Kramer and Dieter Iceland for the last spot on the offensive line. And I would be surprised if Dieter makes the team.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So my question to you real quick. How many offensive linemen do you think we're carrying, J2K, in your scenario?
7, 8.
8? And
I think you got the starters.
Right.
I think that Patrick is the backup center. I think Tyree Carter is the backup left guard. Borum's the swing tackle. And maybe
Leatherwood. What do we do with Leatherwood?
The swing tackle as well. Those two might actually be battling it out in camp. I think there's kind of a little bad attitude with both of them. So either, one of them could go that you might say, hey, Borum was pretty good and we cut him. Or Leatherwood was, a first round pick and he was so good at Alabama and we cut him. So I'm curious how those two guys come out of the fold. On defense, I'm going to go Terrell Smith, the cornerback from Minnesota. He's a little more
that's a great one.
So coverage. Stevenson is probably like the better athlete, but he was more of a man coverage guy. And granted, we play like man coverage a lot.
Zone, you're right.
Staying with its own team. But I think Terrell Smith, he already showed in rookie mini camp that he could ball out against Scott, the wide receiver. He shut him down. And the kid's got moxie, and I think he seems like he can slip in pretty early as far as playing time. I think he's going to wonder, like, why is this? Was he a 4th round, 5th round draft pick? Is getting more playing time than the 2nd round draft pick we traded up for. So those are my 2 takes.
Foster, let's go with you, and then I want to hear what you guys in chat have to think. Who are your offensive and defensive sleepers of the year? We'll do Foster and kind of.
Foster already went.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did our Foster already go? Okay, well let's get chats, because I saw that I saw Doug in here said the kicker that we signed, Smits. In the rough. Let me pull that back up, Foster. Doug Van Dorn says his diamond
in the rough.
Smits. Yeah. Is that how you pronounce it? Smith?
Sure.
Smite? Sizmit?
I don't even know who that is. Is that an offensive?
That's the kicker.
That's
the kicker.
That's the second best kicker in college. That
the UDFA
Kicker we drafted.
Yeah, that's the kicker. Is the reason why we're not going to take gold.
Who is your defensive player, Doug?
Yeah, let's hear your defensive player, Doug. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for that, I got chat here now, Foster, to wrap this up. Let's see. Somebody else had another good one. Oh, STC said, I'm looking for D'Anthony Jones, undrafted free agent, to make a splash at edge.
How big is he? Isn't he like? I'm sorry. Let me just not guess. J2K, you know his measurement?
I actually don't know.
Privacy contents have been updated.
But isn't he more of just like a pure pass rusher, though? It's not an edge setter.
I haven't looked
Jones?
at that film either.
Yeah, I might be misremembering, but
Yeah, I thought he, for some reason, I thought he was like 6'4", 300 pounds. I could be wrong, but that's what I thought it was.
I'm trying to find it really quick. D'Anthony Johnson. Let's see.
Jones, not Johnson.
Oh,
he got 6 foot 276, but that's not combine. I don't think he was at the combine.
6 foot 276.
Yeah,
That's a little rolling ball, isn't it?
yeah, that is a little.
Ladarius Mack, about the same size.
Yeah.
Right.
Doug Van Dorn's defensive player is Tyler Smith.
Smith as well.
Same as you. Then we have Raging Oracle saying Tanyan, offense Tanyan, defense Gibson.
Okay.
Tanyan's a surprise.
Okay.
Gibson's a surprise.
I think
Gibson's not a surprise because he got a. I don't think he will stay. I don't think he will stay on this roster or with this organization if he don't show something this year that he's that guy. Because Cole literally kept no one else but them dogs out of the old organization. So
he technically kept nobody from the old organization. He just hasn't cut it. He hasn't re-signed any of them.
Absolutely, you absolutely right.
Yeah,
you absolutely right.
You know, I'm very seldom wrong.
Yeah. And I think Cole Komet.
And he's the first time he'll quickly tell you that.
I think Cole Komet is going to be like the first person that gets a extension.
I think the first person.
Tell a lot.
The next person to be the first person.
Who?
The next person to be the first person.
He's right though.
I think it's gonna be Cole though. I think it's gonna be Cole.
I don't think so at all.
Who do you think it's gonna be?
An extension on our team. Holy smokes. Like I don't think it's gonna be Cole. I think he's gonna get overlooked because the offense is so much better this year. I'm just being real.
No, before season start, you don't think they're gonna extend him?
No.
He's spending the money and making sure the money is gone.
No, he didn't draft him. And you have to remember that nobody so far that he didn't draft has gotten an extension. That's really what
you
PJ
think Tanya came in here to replace Cole?
Tanya's on the contract.
No,
I'm not saying. Thank you. I'm not saying he's here to replace Cole. I'm saying that he might just outplay Cole, and if that happens, I don't see them providing Cole with an extension.
I honestly believe. Well, I can't get a read on polls when it comes to re-signing our own players because he has yet to re-sign any of our own players. So I don't really know where he's talks that talk. He talked about Roquan. He talked about David. He talked about these guys that he wanted to re-sign.
It didn't happen.
But he hasn't done it. So I really can't get a real feel on where he's at with that.
Right.
That's why I say that's going to be the surprise. His first extension. That's going to be the tell of him, what type of guy that he think that, especially outside of he drafted.
Right.
He think that person is really valuable. That's going to be the tell. And it might be Eddie Jackson, like you said before.
No, I think it's going to be Justin Fields. I'll be straight up on that one. I think he's probably the first guy that he's going to full on extend. I just don't. What up, Chris Watts?
Sit down, Chris.
Guys, we went long enough for Chris Watts to wake up. We should probably since Chris Watts
probably shut this down now that
Chris Watts just woke up. I should probably play his GoFundMe that I set up for Chris to try to get Chris to Chicago this year for a game. That's what we were talking about. Was what game is Chris Watts coming to? Let's just play that real quick, man. Come on. GoFundMe, Chris Watts, a $10 donation, a $5 donation. Anything helps. Let's get this.
For real, y'all doing that?
Let's get this bloke to Chicago, man. That's the wrong one.
It's like a
For anyone that missed that, it's at the banner on the bottom. If you're listening in audio, that is GoFundMe/322A167D. GoFundMe/322A167D. $5. Anything you can give. Let's try to get this guy from Yorkshire, England, to Chicago to see his first Bears game.
The first
I
5
love
seconds
Chris
of
Watts,
that
but I'm after talking to him now, I don't know if that halo thing should be on there. I don't know. Maybe a little crooked or something.
He's in Silver Field. That's why the halo's there.
I love Foster. You see, this is why I follow this dude on Twitter. Like, this dude don't bite. That was his nice way of saying that shit. Okay. Said the guy ain't no angel, huh? Foster. I love that shit. He speak his man too, bro.
Oh yeah, that's all we do on this show. I've been very polite tonight. Ask the gentleman. The fucking gentleman.
You have been on your best behavior with Jay here.
Hey, he hasn't spilled eggs all over his laptop today. Right. So far, Foster's in fine form.
Oh, Shay, you should see some of the dumb things I've done.
All right, I got your video, man. I told you I got the first one you sent me. You was giving dude a hard time like Foster. Oh my god.
That's Cliff Victoria. He's in the chat. Was that the meatloaf or was it the meatloaf one or the Mr. Contentment?
No.
Show you a video of
the
him
meatloaf
walking through his
guy.
house.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. I look up, it's 12:04 p.m. and
I lost it. I was like, fuck
Cliff
you
is
guys.
going, I just put the meatloaf in the oven.
Show the video of walking through his house.
I'll be putting out a bunch more once I get some time in. I'm going to get everybody out there. All you guys are going to be in trouble when I'm ready. Because I ain't going to look like the only idiot. I mean, I could do that all by myself. I don't need help. But you'll be with me, at least in spirit.
I'm just saying. Show the
Somebody
video.
said it's only 10 o'clock in Vegas. Yeah, you East Coast mugs. Y'all lucky, man. I used to be on their time and still be on Illinois' time.
Lynn Hayden here is she lived in the town next to me pretty much our whole lives. And then she moved to Vegas and she started doing a Bears podcast. I started doing this podcast and then I found her. I'm like, okay, you've got to come on the show. Then she was nice enough to respond to me and found out she lived the town over from me. I probably made her Italian beefs at my first job. and we did a show all throughout the season last year. I can't wait to get back to doing a show with you again. ASAP, Lynn. That'll be earlier in the day. That's like a 5 o'clock, 5 or 6 Eastern time show. She likes to do a little bit earlier, and I love doing it because we just get it done, get it out. You know, she's so much fun. She is a wacky broad. I love her. I'm sure all you guys love her if you've seen her yourself. So make sure you check out Lynn Hayden's podcast.
Lynn's awesome. She doesn't know me. I'm one of those people that watch her from like with no nothing. And I've seen some of her solo stuff. And then when I saw her with you, man, I was just like, that's why I asked you. I said, dude, can we get her back on? But she probably saw me on the show and said, no fucking way, Shorty.
That's exactly what happened, Foster. She's like, that guy.
Stalker. I watch her. She don't know it. Stalker.
I'm gonna have to go and try to follow a lot of your people, Foster. A lot of your people. I know I follow some of your people already on Twitter.
I was telling Shorty, I said, don't worry about it, man. Shay trolls everybody, and if there's any assholes out there, she'll just tell us to unfollow them or get rid of them.
Bro, I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm surprised the Chicago Bears follow me. I'm surprised that certain people follow me because I literally speak my mind. And as a vet who volunteered to serve, you know, I don't bite my tongue on nobody. I don't give a damn how people feel.
How many years did you serve?
13 years.
13 years, Army?
Yes, sir.
I just got out
for
your service.
I just got out February 2021. So
cool.
Yeah.
What was your last duty station at?
In Joliet, actually.
Really?
Here in North Riverside, Joliet. No, not Joliet, North Riverside. North Riverside. I was in Joliet. That was like 6 years ago. That was before California. So I was stationed in California. After that, came here to North Riverside.
Where at in California?
Sierra Army Depot. So I was the NCOIC there, and I was so I ran the Humvee program where the Humvees get blown up overseas.
Mm-hmm.
We were remanufacturing the Humvees. I ran a program where we remanufactured the Humvees. Then I had an aviation program, 2 weapons programs. So,
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
My cousin was telling me about this funny like video meme, and it said the meme was basically what did it say? What they teach you in the Army, and they took a threaded hole and they unscrewed the bolt from the hole, then they welded the hole shut, then they retapped the hole. They tapped it, re-screwed, retapped the hole, and then put the bolt back in. Is that the Army in a nutshell?
That's the Army in a nutshell. Hurry up and wait. You know, that we call it hurry up and wait, right?
Right.
They will.
Literally.
They cheap, right? They're cheap. But it's like we do jobs where we re-breaking stuff just to fix it. Like,
right.
It don't make sense. Like, but y'all cheap as hell. We can't get the gear with the wheels on it like the Air Force. We got to carry all our crap.
Right.
But
you got to build the wheels.
More money doing this crap. Like, I don't understand. But I love the Army, man.
Doug says again, thanks so much for your service. I don't think that gets said to vets.
Oh, for sure.
One of the best things about the Army was getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
No.
Hear me out. Getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you're like in your barracks, right? Laying in the bed, sleep, knocked out. And they go over the intercom, say, wake up, get up, whatever they say. And you got to get up and be ready in formation by 4:30. And then when that commercial back in the day used to be, we do more before 9 a.m. before that than most people do all day.
That's
that was very, very true.
Did they get your ass up and got out the door and go make you?
Yeah, I'm talking about.
I'm
talking about doing basic. Doing your basic training. That's what you go through. But then when you go to your regular job, it's different. But that
job. Only guaranteed 4 hours of sleep in the military. So
bingo.
4 hours of sleep is all you have to get. So they don't care if you on night guard, night duty. They don't care what you did during the day. 4 hours of sleep is all you guarantee. So when they say get up, you have to be here at a certain time. They will wake you up out of your sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a non-emergency. It's a fake emergency. They create these drills to see how you function with somebody waking you up and you're not, focused. So it's practice drills doing this shit. I don't miss it.
But it's made you who you are today, though, right?
Absolutely. I love it. Yeah. I love the Army. I love everything it did for me. It gave me a different field of, a lot of people follow me on Twitter and they'll think I don't like cops. Disagree. I'm actually one of the people when I go out and I see police officers, thank you for your service. I'm shaking their hands. I'm giving them that love that was given to me as a soldier because I think they need to hear it more.
Well, take a look up and say it to the man above you.
Oh, that's to God?
PJ. Yeah, PJ.
Oh, always.
No, PJ is a retired police officer.
No.
He usually doesn't respond to that name, but
but it's like for real. Like I saw this. Like because like at my 4th year in the military, I felt this dark cloud to where I felt like it started getting irritating when people start saying thank you for your service, right? Because I was at the point in my career I hadn't did nothing yet, and I didn't feel like it was warranted. And started, you know, a lot of my battle buddies went into the Chicago police, and I was going to get in. I was going to join, and I kind of saw a difference, like approach with officers, and they just want to be thanked. They want to get their respect when they go out into the community, that they're thought about and they're loved and they're welcome. So that's something I started doing. You know, me and my family do. If we're out, we see a group of officers, we'll pay for their food, or we'll, you know, just go up, tell them thank you for their service if they're not eating or something like that, and shake their hand. That's how I raised my son. So that's just what we do. We just thankful for all those who serve, all responders.
Well, thank you for your service too, PJ.
PJ, Red, for all, anybody in the military, man.
But
we can't state it enough how we thank them for the service. That's how we're still in this country and living free, because of people that volunteer their time.
I will agree with Retro though. Although I was in the Army for 7 years, the thing is, I tell any of my friends or relatives,
join the Air Force.
Go to the Air Force.
Yep.
Go to the Air Force. Go to the Air Force.
Air Force.
Because you're a real cat. You're a real cat, PJ. You're a real cat.
For real.
For real.
Real talk. I'd be like, nah, you don't want to go to the Army. Go to the Air Force.
I tell everybody, all my friends, family, when their kids want to join, you know what? Because I know I was stationed, I was with a unit that had Air Force support. They got paid more than us. Their barracks are better than ours.
Better
They're
food.
taken care of.
Better food.
Their food, everything.
Man,
that's a shame. You know,
I'm telling
everyone should be treated the same.
No. That's
no.
That's what they do.
No, the military don't work like that, brother.
No, I mean, that's how you really separate the different branches, because they treat you differently. I mean, Marines got it the worst. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes.
The Marines, they got it the worst.
Why they send them first?
Man, they got it the worst. They go through stuff that I'd be like, man, y'all go right ahead. Then comes the Army.
Yeah.
Then comes, like, it's a toss-up between the Navy and the Air Force.
Yeah.
But see, I don't like being on water, so that's why I tell people just go to the Air Force.
All of it is water. Navy, Coast Guard, and Air Force. Those are the ones you have to have the highest IQ, and those are the ones you're gonna have to sit down, kiss my hand. I don't care. Oh, what's your regulations say? Like Air Force, that's the only branch of service that you could be given a demand, and refuse. Like,
what's that?
like that's not an that's not even an intelligent command. I'm not doing that. Like, what? That don't work in the Army. You do what you told. As long as it's not you're not gonna die. As long as it's not unsafe, or they're not causing you to harm one of your battle buddies, you gonna do it, no question.
Well, guys, this has been an excellent show, and it's great to hear some of those stories from you about your time, and you, PJ. I didn't realize you were. Did you say you were in the military? I didn't realize you said it.
You was in the military. What branch?
Army.
Okay.
Army for 7 years.
Wow. Well, guys, you guys are freaking awesome. Another 4-hour show come and gone like it was a blink of an eye. We could talk till 6 a.m., right, PJ? What's you should be doing this
in a blink of an eye.
But seriously, let's give it around to everyone that's been sticking out with us in chat. I mean, Doug Van Dorn, Walter Besky, Chris Watts, Lynn Hayden. Yeah, man. Retro.
Good job, chat. Good job.
Retro. Oh man, Swifty, of course, Swifty. Thanks for all your support.
Hey, y'all invite me back when the season starts. Now, don't be no stranger.
You're welcome back anytime you want, Shay.
You got an open invitation, Shay. You just
I know I'm gonna contact y'all and say, "Hey, y'all see that game?"
But you just tell us when you want to come in, and we'll make space. Don't throw me off the show for you.
Oh, you're coming in for sure that day. The game after Williams starts. You're definitely coming on.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
we'll have you on
for sure.
Let's
after
hope,
the
let's
first
hope
game.
that doesn't have to happen because of injury, like you said, though, brother. Let's
See, now you talking. Now you talking.
yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. I just think,
All right.
I just want y'all to understand me. I hate when I be misunderstood. I didn't say he coming to take jobs. I said that's the one person I haven't heard anyone talk about, period. And I think just look out for him when he's getting the slightest opportunity. I think he's going to be one to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, any more power in that secondary is a beautiful, beautiful idea.
And we should just do like a reunion of this after the first game at the very least, Shay. Come on after the first game.
Okay.
Packers game. Going through chat here.
Meantime.
Fucking Cliff.
Dylan Prescott, Notorious TBG. Cliff Victoria, of course, Cliff. Leo Factor. I mean, the chat's just, I have to go all the way up for everybody that's been in there. But Heart Foundation. I mean, you guys are what makes this go.
Doing it big today.
Walter Besky, Raging Oracle, Reto Music Network.
Raging Oracle was doing
John
it big
Pierre.
today.
Mm-hmm. Who else we have in there? There was a couple of new guys in here.
Doug Van Dorn.
John Pierre was new.
Very beginning.
Foster's
a couple of other new ones.
He's going to be stalking her.
Walter Besky.
Walter Besky. Thank you, guys. I mean, seriously, you guys are what makes this go around.
Mr. Mayhem.
You want to
TBG, Leo Factor, Mr. Mayhem.
Any of you who would like to be a part of this show, please email us at BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com, and you can be a part of the show. Get out of chat and come talk to us. We'd love to have you on. And in the meantime, until next week, make sure that you please like and subscribe. Such notifications. We'll be here every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And until next week, guys, 1, 2, 3. Bears?
Bears.
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 Bears. We'll see you guys next Thursday. Good night.
Stay safe, everyone. Sorry we didn't get to the questions. Good night.
As Mammy would say, peace out.